Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you, thank you. I know it's a cold morning, but I think the first thing to do is to thank you for being available this morning. We can't do anything about the weather. I hope we all agree that the challenges that we face in this country trump any weather condition. So we really appreciate that you could be here, join us this morning. My name is Percy Mahlati. I'm the Secretary of the Strategic Dialogue Group. I do hope that we're going to have some lively discussions this morning, but before we go any further, let's do the usual. You know, in our country, when we've got very important gatherings, I will call on Pastor Pitt to just pave the way for us with a short devotion. Over to you, Pastor.
Good morning, Program Director and fellow citizens and everyone gathered here this morning. I will take for a text Psalm 127, verse 1. Pesalema ya lekgolo somama bedi le bosupa temana ya ntlha fela. Fa morena a sa age ntlo baagi ba yona ba tla ba itapisetsa lefela. Fa morena a sa disi motse modisa o tla bo a itlhobaeletsa lefela. As die Here die huis nie bou nie, soek die wat daaraan bou te vergeefs. As die Here die stad nie beskerm nie, wat die wat dit beskerm te vergeefs. Unless the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain who build it. And unless the Lord guards the city, the watchmen stay awake in vain. What adds value and secures every effort we put to everything that we do? It is the inclusion of the Almighty. It is the inclusion of the power that is above all human power. What makes it possible that whatever human being plan, desire, and put out there is not sabotaged, is not brought to null and void by any other counter efforts, is the involvement of the one greater than any other human effort. And this morning the scripture reminds us that even as we go ahead with these important dialogues, even as we go ahead with every initiative to make this country a better country, to make this country a safer country, to make this country a progressive country, we will be doing everything in vain unless we put the Lord at the center of it. Because He will safeguard our efforts even behind our backs. He will safeguard our efforts even when we are not well. What we are not aware of, even when we are asleep, He will make sure that there is progress to everything that we do. Shall we close our eyes for a word of prayer? Modimo re a go leboga, re boka wena, re tlotla wena, re kile ra go rapela nako tseo go neng go le thata, re go kopa gore boloka setšhaba sa rona o fedise dintwa le matshwenyego. O ile wa araba dithapelo tsa rona, re mo nakong eo, re mo motsing o, re mo motlheng o. Re rapela jalo modimo mo mosong wa letsatsi la gompieno gore ka di maiteko a rona a botho re ntse re tswelela pele go leka go tokagatsa botshelo ka botho le makoa le tseo re ditlhaelo tse re nang natso, re laletsa wena go tokagatsa tsotlhe ka leina la Kriste morena. Nna le rona mo tsamaisong ya letsatsi la gompieno, seo re se eletsang ke gore maiteko le dithulaganyo tse di diriwang ke batho ba ba sa tlalang ba sena thata yotlhe modimo jaaka wena o na nayo a tse tsotlhe di atlegisiwe ke wena ka leina la Kriste o ileng a re swela a be a re rekolola boleong. Kriste morena wa rona, amen.
Thank you very much, Ntate Tlhapanyane, for that wonderful devotion. Before we start, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Memo Sinogi, who is representing the Premier. There are other, colleagues who are in the management of the university, the town and so on, and various representatives of, sectors. Some would still be on the way to join us. Basically, I would like to start by saying this is a budding partnership between the university and the Strategic Dialogue Group. Certainly, we're looking far into the future as to what we can be able to do, both as academics and professionals in this country, so that we can be able to realize the investment that has been made in us, to be able to be among the privileged to actually get, education. But more than that, ensuring that everybody understands what the role of a university is in society. So this is one of those engagements that, of course, within the context of the issues that we're going to be discussing today, becomes very important, to acknowledge. We've got a good lineup. I'm hoping that we're going to have, exciting discussions. I would like to say, feel free to raise any issue that you'd like to raise. But I want to emphasize that what we're trying to look at is to look forward. I think all of us can recite 1,000 challenges that we have as a country. But South Africa is not a country of doom and gloom. The challenges that we have must be tackled, and we've got to find a way of tackling them as the citizens of this country. So the way that we're going to run the program, I've got a good line up here. The first person that I will call to the stage will be our principal, the Vice Chancellor, so that he could be able to welcome us in his house. He's been given the mandate to look after this institution. So he will then do the welcome remarks, and also certainly he will actually have to tell us a little bit about this, this university. He'll contextualize quite a number of issues. He will then be followed by the CEO of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, Advocate Max Bokwana, who will then take us through the understanding of what the national dialogue really is about, and certainly pave way for the discussions, that we're going to have. So without wasting much time, I will call on the Vice Chancellor, Professor Bismarck Chobeka, to take the stage. Once he comes down, he'll be followed by Advocate Max Bokwana without me coming up here. You'll only see me afterwards, after the second speaker. Over to you, VC.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mahlati. You learn very quickly. In the academic programs, we don't want program directors coming to the stage now and again. You come to a graduation, you never see a program director. The program flows. So that's good. Colleagues, leaders of government and civil society present today, distinguished guests, compatriots, good morning. Sanbonan, Dumela, Molweni. Oh, it's so lukewarm here. It will warm up, don't worry. we apologize for the weather, but we can't do anything about it. It is that time of the year. But it is really with a deep sense of pride and privilege for us as a Northwest University to host this inaugural engagement of the National Dialogue Series. We view this as a momentous occasion that rallies all of us towards a shared purpose and vision. Fellow brethren, our country is rooted and anchored on diversity, pluralism, and inclusion. Discussion and collective decision-making on matters of national importance have always been part of our national character. In August 1953, Professor Z.K. Matthews called for, I quote, a national convention at which all groups might be represented to consider our national problems on an all-inclusive basis, to draw up a freedom charter for a democratic South Africa of the future, close quote. 2 years later, in June 1955, over 3,000 delegates and observers met to co-create and democratically adopt what is now known as the Freedom Charter. This year, we commemorate the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, which was adopted in Kliptown. And we are reminded of its enduring potency as both a political covenant and a moral compass. It boldly declares, quote, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, close quote. And it envisioned a country founded upon the pillars of non-racialism, non-sexism, justice, and equality. These words, deeply etched into our national consciousness, remain an essential reference point as we navigate the difficult terrain of our democratic evolution. 70 years later, these ideals remain a summons to conscience and a rallying call to action. Former President Mbeki once noted during the 50th commemoration of the Freedom Charter that, and I quote, the masses of our people claimed the future through the Charter, placing in our hands the responsibility to translate its vision into living reality, close quote. Distinguished guests, most of you know this, but considering the occasion, it is important for us to remind you that we had the Convention for a Democratic Society after talks and the formation of the Patriotic Front that comprised 92 organizations. CODESA convened to discuss and agree about a South Africa that most South Africans so desperately desired and aspired to. Notwithstanding the disagreements, the walkouts, the threats, CODESA resulted in the first democratic elections and indeed the first government of national unity and a constitutional democracy. Considering the persistent problems, socio-economic problems and socio-economic imbalance that our country continues to endure 30 years after democracy, we are once again called upon to reflect and posit our views and solutions to achieve a South Africa that we envisioned. This is a responsibility that we cannot defer nor outsource. It rests squarely with us, we, the people of South Africa. It is therefore both timely and necessary that we engage in a national conversation of what it means to forge a shared vision, to cultivate a national consensus and to pursue a common purpose. In an era marked by economic equality, fractured social cohesion, and institutional erosion, we are called upon to renew our democratic project, not through rhetoric, but through pragmatic action and ethical leadership. Indeed, we must become the generation that dares to confront the two nations reality that President Mbeki so powerfully spoke about. One affluent and well-connected, and the other still consigned to the peripheries of our economic and political life. In the words of the former President Mandela during his 1994 inauguration, he says, "The time for the healing of the wounds has come. The moment to bridge the chasm that divides us has come," close quote. That moment did not pass. It is a continuous obligation. We are the bridge builders, and that bridge must be constructed not only with laws and policies, but with trust, social dialogue, and a recommitment to national ethos grounded in dignity, equity, and care. It is our hope that this dialogue will constitute a deliberative mechanism through which we confront structural impediments to transformation and imagine new models for inclusive development, youth empowerment, and sustainable social compact. These conversations must find concrete expression in how we govern, how we educate, how we grow our economy, and how we restore the legitimacy of our public institutions as envisioned in the Freedom Charter, in our Constitution, and in the National Development Plan. Here, at home, in the Northwest Province, a province rich in mineral wealth, agricultural promise, and youthful energy, we have a great opportunity to recalibrate our trajectory through intentional partnerships. Let us ask, what kind of the Northwest Province do we envision in 2050? How do we root our economic strategy in ethical governance, industrialization, digital transformation, and skills-led innovation? How do we dismantle the legacy of spatial and economic apartheid in practical terms? Through land reform that empowers, through entrepreneurship that liberates, and through institutions that inspire confidence. And most importantly, how do we ensure that no South African is left behind? That rural child, the unemployed or underemployed graduate, the young mother, the aspirant farmer, the informal trader, all must feel counted. Are they feeling that way? These are the questions we must ask. These are not just abstract policy questions. They are the very pulse of our democratic experiment. Honorable colleagues, as we deliberate today, let us do so grounded in the spirit of the Freedom Charter, guided by the constitutional order it helped to inspire, and emboldened by the example of servant leaders that we've had in our country, such as President Mandela, Ahmed Kathrada, President Mbeki, and others, whose lifelong commitment to the African Renaissance reminds us that Africa's destiny must be shaped by its own people, guided by values, vision, and volition. President Mbeki's call for intellectual and moral leadership across the continent is one we must echo today, especially in our universities, in our legislatures, and indeed in our communities. Let this dialogue plant the seed of renewal that the future generations will harvest. Let it be said that when we gathered on this day at the Northwest University in Potchefstroom, in this auditorium, we took one step closer to healing the past, the fractures of our past, and designing the future we all deserve. On behalf of our beautiful Northwest University, we want to welcome you all here. May today's engagements be honest, critical, visionary, and mutually respectful. Ke a leboga. Thank you.
Prof, thank you very much, and thanks for welcoming us, and thanks to the SDG for doing what they are doing today. My name is Max, my surname is Bolkwana. I'm the Chief Enabling Officer of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, and that foundation is one of the foundations that are organizing the national dialogue. We are part of the preparatory task team. But I was asked by Dr. Matlati to do a reflection of the work that task team is doing towards the national dialogue. There are certain apologies I want to make. In case you don't hear what I'm going to say, I will refer you to the letter that President Mbeki wrote 2 days ago, and I hope the university students and the university community at large has had an opportunity to read that letter. And at the end of this session, we're quite happy to take questions in terms of the articulations that are set out in that letter. So forgive me if I repeat some of the things that are contained in it. But the second thing I want to say, once again, in case you don't hear me, this is what I would like to leave as a challenge to the university, that there shall be a meeting of the first convention on the 15th of August, and that convention provisionally is set up to take place at Nasrec. And it must not be confused with ANC conferences at Nasrec. It's a people's convention. What we will expect from a university is the rapporteurs, people that can report on the discussions that are taking place. What we expect from the university, Prof, is the discussion documents that are challenging this nation about the plethora of the things that you have raised. What we expect from the university to help that process with is to help it with the interpreters. We would like people that participate in that convention to use a language of their own choice so that they can speak freely and express themselves. So we're hoping that the university can help us with those interpreters. What we also expect, and we assume that there is a politics department here, there's an economics department, there's natural science department. We are looking for analysts that can help us to understand better the conditionality of our country. But more importantly, we expect this university community to popularize and galvanize people, in particular the people of Northwest, to be the committed participants in this process. So if I sit down now, if you have heard just those two things, that's what I want to say. But let me say this because I've driven a longer distance. So rather than speaking for 2 minutes, let me take another 10 minutes and say, I'm making absolutely no attempt to behave like an academic. I'm making absolutely no attempt to behave like President Mbeki. So you're not hearing a thesis from me. You are not hearing a speech from me. What you will be hearing from me is a provocation. Because the nature of the dialogue will arise as a result of provocations. The Vice Chancellor here made an indication of a call by ZK in 1953, and that's correct. And I just want you to note just one aspect of that result of that conversation in 1953, that nobody can claim just authority over the people of this country unless that authority is based on the will of the people. And then we'll have to come back to that point because this will of the people is critical. But what that document that Professor Jobeka talks about, it helped this country to do a couple of things. Whilst in 1953, it was not very clear who are the actual leaders of the country. By 1956, there were 156 people that were arrested. And when those people were arrested, they became a clear picture that these are the leaders of South Africa. That process produced the leaders of South Africa. When they were arrested for the treason trial, people were calling for the release of our leaders. So that process didn't only design a clear vision for a liberated South Africa, but it also sponsored South Africa with the type of leadership that will take responsibility of that struggle for the liberation of South Africa. And that leadership carried us until 1990. And in 1990, it's that leadership that started a new process, which Professor Jobeka talks about, which is a process under CODESA, which culminated to the 1993 interim constitution and the 1996 constitution. What then has happened is that, again, there's a particular line in that constitution which is consistent with what is in the Freedom Charter, which says, we the people. And I think this claiming of authority based on the will of the people and we the people is the guiding ethos of our democracy in this country. So, colleagues, what has happened? 30 years later, it looks like the wheels that are driving this country have turned loose, if not fallen. Those that are old enough will realize what was happening in this country in 1988. You had a regime, firstly, that had lost legitimacy in the eyes of the people. It didn't matter what the leadership of the Nationalist Party was saying to us. We didn't believe them. But the second crisis of that regime was that it clearly had no plan in terms of what to do with this South Africa. I always make an example and say the third aspect of that leadership had no ability to articulate what it stands for. So as a result, the country was drifting in all manner of wrong directions. The fear now, colleagues, is that 30 years later, we're just coming out of elections, and the people of South Africa have spoken. And one of the fearful things that they have said is that the very idea of political democracy is suffering legitimacy crisis. In the sense that 60% of this population stayed away from voting. And 40% of this population made an attempt to vote. As a result, the major party or the largest party in government received 40.18% of that voting population. That constitutes 6.3 million people out of 62 million people. That's a crisis. Because what it means that this voice of authority in South Africa is a voice of minority. Where are the people? And I think it's critical, therefore, that we raise those two questions again and say, can we claim authority justly over the South African population? I doubt, because many of the people find themselves on their own. Many people are involved in service delivery protests. Many people are taking our government to court. Many people resort into criminality. Many people are involved in silent boycott. Those of us that work in the rest of the continent understand that when we stop talking and stop engaging, we start shooting at each other. And that's one thing that this nation must avoid. So that's why then this issue of the national dialogue becomes critical. What do we do with this country? What is the sort of South Africa that we want? What is the South Africa that we don't want? So that's at a political level, colleagues, that is critical. But this crisis that I'm talking about is reflected quite clearly in terms of the numbers that define our economic strata. The official unemployment rate in the first quarter of 2025 is 32.9. The number of unemployed persons is 18.2 million. The number of employed persons was 16.8 million. The youth unemployment is at 46.1%, and in this province, calculated even further to 56%. The number of employed youth is 5.7 million. The number of unemployed youth is 4.8 million. In December 2019, the potential working population aged 15 to 64 was about 40.7 million people. But those that are actually working is 16.4 million. I'm raising these statistics, colleagues, that this is not a matter of value judgment or subjective judgment. It's an indication of a time bomb that this country is possible facing. They tell a story that the poverty levels are intolerable high. Nearly 55% of the population was living in poverty in 2023. In 2025, the poverty rate is projected to remain around 63.5 million. That means we have more people living in poverty in this country than the other way around. So it is expected that this poverty rate, if nothing dramatic changes, by 2027, we will have 41.8 million people living in poverty. So, and all of this indicates that there are those that live in extreme poverty, the people that we say daily they find themselves between insanity and suicide. They can sit at the robots and try and eke out a living. That's a negative blight on the promise of our Constitution. And I think that's why then this national dialogue, it's critical. What compounds this situation is that, Tumisani, you coming from the Department of Agriculture and Land Reform, that as we speak, 15 million South Africans have food insecurity. They have no idea where the next meal is going to come from tomorrow. We might be sitting in these hallowed corridors, but that's the reality of my country. At the same time, the levels of inequality are also intolerably high. Namibia has made lots of progress. China has made lots of progress, even after the 2008 credit crunch. But our country remains at the lowest bottom of the countries that are highly unequal. If I just tell you that the richest 10% of this population controls 85% of the country's total wealth. The wealthiest 10% of households are responsible for 52% of all expenditures. The poorest 10% households contributes only 0.8 of all expenses. The average CEO in the retail and wholesale sector, the country's second largest employer, earns 597 times more than their lowest earning employee. This is a country of inequalities. We need to talk about this. So colleagues, all of this leads to high levels of social insecurity, high levels of criminality, and it's no longer a matter of a certain section of our country can succeed. It's a matter of all of us are in the same boat, and if it sinks, it will sink with all of us. And for us to make sure that we save it, it requires our collective effort. So it is in this context then, Vice Chancellor, that on the 30th of April last year, President Mbeki says, the possibility is that our political leadership, our economic leadership, our labor leadership, our civil society leadership, acting on their own, are unable to provide a solution about the challenges that our nation faces. And that's why then it became critical to say the sovereign of this country is its people. Let's find a way where the people of the country can be put together in a purpose-directed conversation so that we can reimagine this type of country that the Vice Chancellor was talking about. So soon thereafter, on the 27th of June, various foundations that President Mbeki has spoken to met in Johannesburg and decided that they will be the ones, firstly, that makes a call, and secondly, that will act practically to put together this national conversation, which is a national dialogue. There were certain fundamental principles of that national dialogue. The first fundamental principle is that the national dialogue must be citizen-driven. It's not a political party or a government-driven program. It's a program where political parties will be invited, where government will be invited, but the citizens in their various aspects and in various constituencies and sectors will be the ones that are leading the process. That's the first important rationale. The second important rationale is that this conversation, it's not going to be the conversation of the normal, noisy minority of our country. It must involve the normal, silenced majority of the people of our country. In that sense, this dialogue is not going to be taking place at a national level, at an elitist level. It will go down to the wards and the voting districts, because every voice, it's critical that that voice be heard. The third rationale is that the end product, which Vice Chancellor says the social compact, that final documentation which is akin to what he was referring to, the Freedom Charter. That final documentation, it will be the documentation that should be utilized to guide this country in terms of how it is governed for the next 30 years and beyond. But more importantly, not only to guide government, but it must also guide ourselves, amongst ourselves, why the way we must behave. We need to ask ourselves a question: why in many instances when we are looking for a road from government, we burn down the libraries? And I think these are the challenges that the society itself, it must confront. So it's going to be both a vertical process and a horizontal process, how we relate to government, but also how we relate to each other. Our view is that that document must be binding to future governments. And the only people that can say that document must be binding is the people, because there should be nobody that claims authority beyond what we have said. So critically, we are working towards setting an agenda that will be binding for future governance, at least in the next 30 years. So in September, on the 23rd of September, that group of these foundations were joined by 51 civil society organizations. Those civil society organizations said, at last, there's a platform where our anxieties, our fears, our concerns, our anger can be harnessed. And they became part of the organizing process. That organizing process is led by, at this present moment, the CEO of the Steve Biko Foundation, Nkosinathi Biko. And it has a number of committees. It has the planning committee, it has the communications committee, it has the monitoring and evaluations committee, it has the content committee, it has logistics committees. So if there are other volunteers, they are free to talk to Dr. Mahlati, because Dr. Mahlati is one of the key organizers of this process. What then that planning committee has done, it has been engaging with the President of the Republic in his capacity as the head of state. Because as you organize this national dialogue, differently from the Freedom Charter, this one, we're not organizing it with an intention of regime change. The one of 1953, it was responding to a regime that we didn't want. So you needed the head of state to be part of this process, because Section 83C of the Constitution enjoins the head of state to ensure that there's a unity in the country and there's social cohesion. So this is part of that unity of our country. This is part of that process of developing social cohesion to avoid our country disintegrating like Sudan. So then the president eventually agreed to this process, agreed to the rationale that I just explained, and 3 weeks ago announced to the nation that the first sitting of the National Dialogue will be on the 15th of August. It's important then, colleagues, that we explain this 15th of August. All of these parties I was talking about, from the foundations, now the president says we use the secretariat at NEDLAC and some of the representatives from the presidency. It's critical, therefore, that that group prepares for this sitting of the first convention. The purpose of that first convention is not to start and end the dialogue. That convention is the launch of the dialogue process, to tell the nation that the dialogue is now on. And secondly, It is to set the agenda for the dialogue. And that agenda is to look at various pain points that this nation is facing. And one of the things in terms of the discussion documents that I was asking for earlier is really the inputs from this community in terms of what should be on that agenda. Then the third thing that the convention will do, it will set up a national program. How are we going to visit each province, each district, each local municipality, each voting district, each ward? And that must be set out clearly in that meeting. But more importantly, that national convention will set up a steering committee, and that steering committee will have various working committees. And those working committees will be the ones then that are running around the country, possible for a period of 6 to 8 months, to make sure that everybody's views have been taken into account. In that process, Vice Chancellor, we're looking at a possibility of 20,000 facilitators. And it's critical that the student community plays a critical role in being the facilitators. It's not just being the facilitators, but it's to use a privilege occasion where young people in this country are once again given an opportunity to develop, mold, and create the type of a country that they want. And there's nothing more important than being the participant in the birth of the country that exactly they want. So we will be expecting the students in particular to guide us when it comes to these 20,000 plus facilitators that will be required in this process. So that process will run, as I'm saying, for 6 to 8 months. When all of the views have been consolidated, with your help in terms of the rapporteurs, in terms of the analysis of all of these matters, it will then be used to develop this national compact, which will be the vision of this type of South Africa we want. And that national compact will then be adopted in the second national convention. And that second national convention will be receiving all of these views. And the decision will be, it's either Parliament accept that national compact without further ado. But Parliament might say, the parties in Parliament might say, we are Parliament, we're not going to be told by all of you what to do. Our determination is that that national compact then must be taken to a referendum, where this point that is made in the Freedom Charter, that the will of the people must be what guides who governs us, or the point made in the Constitution that says, we the people. And I think that's the approach we want to take, because this is not going to be one of those documents that are produced and are put on the 13th file, and somebody raise them whenever they are doing electioneering. I think we need to take serious the issue of governance of our country. One of the biggest crises that has happened since 1994 is the fact that the agency of South Africans have been completely annihilated. We said our lives, our direction, our future will depend on some few people in Parliament in Cape Town. That's the biggest mistake. Because sooner you do that, you realize those people, their focus is on themselves, their friends, their chummies, their comrades. And I think it's time that as citizens, we exercise our agency. So this national dialogue is a process of reclaiming people's agency. So, Dr. Matlati, I suspect I've done what you say I must do. And what I should say now in the end is really, colleagues, to urge all of you to participate in this process. Because I suspect, Richard, there's 3 groupings in this room. There's business. Business is critical in the type of future we want. And we need to hear the voice of the business and say, what are the pain points from the business that is hindering the growth of our economy? We've got agriculture here. It's critical to say, why is agriculture contributing less than 2% of the total GDP output in our country? Is it not possible that's one of the environments that we can start talking seriously about agricultural revolution that can employ as many of our young people as possible, but also that can be used as a process of industrialization and foreign exchange? So we've got a second grouping here, the group of the academics. I think we should not apologize for being educated. We should not apologize for being intellectuals. We should not apologize for being knowledgeable. And we need that knowledge. We need these educated people. We need these intellectuals to provide guidance to our country. We shouldn't be in a situation where you ask our leadership, Chief, do you have matric? And the answers are gray. We really need these intellectuals in this room to participate in this process and provide the required direction. And lastly, we need the students, because in reality, Professor Chobek, many of us, our future has already been destroyed. But these young people, their future needs to be bright. And it's not for us to create that bright future for them. It's for them to take their own future into their own hands. We are willing guides. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sabila Lajwag. Now, I just want to contextualize the next session. I hope that every one of you managed to get, in very simple terms, what the national dialogue is about. Secondly, that you've understood the part ownership that you have in that national dialogue as individuals. All of us own a piece of that process. Fortunately, this session is being streamlined, I understand. So if you've got friends that could not make it, text them and tell them, hey, listen, the good things that are being said about us being part and parcel of creating the future. Thank you, Vice-Chancellor, for offering this institution for what really universities' roles are in society. That you'll be the facilitator to actually assist us going forward. So the thinking then in planning this engagement was that let's make it practical. So that it's not just about issues we think about. Let's get people with expertise to talk on matters that are very close to us in the Northwest. There are many others that are close. As you could hear, Advocate Bokwana here talking about the issue of agriculture. I would like to reduce it to the issue of fighting hunger, because sometimes the interpretation of what agriculture is a challenge. simplicity, how do we make sure that none of us goes hungry? So we've got Mr. Mike Thabo, who's actually going to lead us in that particular, area. He will be followed by Mr. Richard Stewart, who is the incoming Chief Executive of Sibanye Stillwater. That's I think it's the second, if not third largest employer in this country. And when Advocate Bokan was talking about business and all that, and there are many business people here who hopefully would be able to relate to the issues that are raised. The reason we raised that was not to say these are matters for the national dialogue, no. It was to take something that is practical and close to the people of Northwest that they could be able to, relate with. Just to use as a practical example, to prick the thinking on how we then go forward. Because we really would like to see a prosperous province that contributes to a prosperous country. So without wasting time, I will call on Mr. Thabo to take the podium. Thank you.
Dr. Mahlati, thank you very much. I had prepared a speech or presentation, but I'm going to have to depart from it. Having listened to Advocate Bokwana and having listened to Professor Kyobeka, I think I'm going to need a new set of notes. But I'll visit it from time to time. I wasn't there 70 years ago at Kliptown, as you can see. I hope my appearance does not deceive you. I'm young. Not too young. But
We want to hear about this Kliptown.
he's even kind, you see. Thanks, Max. I'm trying to visit my memory beyond my time of existence and imagine what is it that could have transpired in Kliptown? What is it that would have influenced people of that time to convene and converse? And clearly there was a concern that seems similar to the concern of today. Of course, there were important differences. There was a regime at the time that was what people would say was illegitimate. Yes, it was in office, it was in power, it was possibly in authority, but it lacked the legitimacy because the majority of the population of the country did not put it into office. We have a different picture today. And we have heard how the people have spoken through the ballot, and they have pronounced their wishes. I'm not too sure even with that pronouncement whether the government of the day, so-called GNU, is able to interpret that and take it forward. We see some theatrics, and the question remains if or whether the voices of the people are being heard. Or, put differently, what is it that the people are saying? Do we listen? Are we a listening people? Are we a listening society? You know, sometimes people speak or talk or try to communicate, but it takes two parties, the one that transmits the message and the one that receives and hopefully decodes the message and makes sense of it. Sometimes some people say we have a listening problem. Because I don't think that people are not speaking. People are in various different platforms, one of which is at the ballot, and another is this one that has been created now. And on that note, I need to express my deep sense of gratitude to the university, Professor Mbeki, and your team, and to the SDG and other role players, and of course, the citizens who braved the cold this morning to come and participate in this conversation. To you, Dr. Mahlathi, thank you very much for. He gave me some good guidance yesterday or day before yesterday in terms of what is it that he would like me to do or say and not to do nor say. So I hope I will not disappoint you, Dr. Mahlathi. If I do, I apologize. I was asked to speak to this agriculture part, and he does say to me, Mfondini, you shouldn't say these things in a language that he said his dad was saying to him. How do you explain this thing to Umama says Lalin? In other words, that lady out in the rural areas. Say it in a language that any and everybody can understand. And so I will stick to the agriculture part with a specific focus on fighting hunger. We've heard statistics, and this is public knowledge, so if you get to read what Stats SA says, you will find such information there. The Northwest Province has unfortunately taken a lead insofar as unemployment is concerned, as well as poverty. And to those who come from the Eastern Cape, sorry, you've lost your position 1. That includes me. But this is no laughing matter. And yet the Northwest Province is one of those provinces that in the recent past, and I'm not talking 70 years, in living memory, very recent past, you would know that the Northwest Province is known to have the so-called, or part of the maize triangle. Now, you would wonder, how do you become part of this so-called maize triangle and yet have this kind of palpable poverty? Professor Mbeki and I know each other for a very long time, and so at one occasion at which we were together, I made the observation that says, we have got a university here and everywhere else in the country. Thankfully, it looks like each of the provinces has a university. And that means that we do not lack the intellect and the ability to research and trying to solve complex problems. That is on the one part. On the other part, yet, we have got this kind of palpable poverty. And the question I raised to him, and as I raised to all other people that I get to speak to, who care to listen, is why is it that it is so? Is it that the kind of knowledge and expertise we have is not translatable to solving the problems on the ground? Or is it that our interest remains at saying, well, we will go to a symposium, we'll publish a paper, and get an NRF rating? And so thankfully, apart from this, we have started another process where we have said to each and one another, we have to find a way of, one, converting this knowledge and expertise into practical problem solving on the ground. I'm not here to lament, because sometimes I think that judging by the number of conferences, lekgotlas, symposia, we give these things different names, Bosberad, and so on and so forth. We go there and we say big, beautiful English. And as Boqwana says, then we come back and we chuck this thing into file 13. And next year, we come back again and have another, maybe add a few scones and biscuits, and add social media, etc., etc. But this problem remains and it is stubborn. I will cite a few instances. In this province, I went to a number of places, one of which is a silo. You know, silos are these large structures where they store grain in. And this particular one silo that I went to, or silos, because there are 10 of those, each of these silos can store 5,000 tons. By that I mean what is a ton? 1,000 kilograms, yes. So 5,000 of those. Another one in the same province can do, I'm told there are 18 of those, each 5,000, so it's 90. And there's another one in the same province that has got the same capacity, that is 90,000 tons, some of which is about 230,000 tons. The one that I went to, the first one that I went to, is standing empty. There's nothing in the silo. When I drove to this place around Lichtenberg, I saw fields and fields of maize. And yet, this silo stands empty. And so for me, it was interesting, how does it happen? I still have to go to the other silos and see what is going on there. What am I saying? I'm saying, are we able to figure out what the problem is? Dr. Mahlati, as a medical practitioner, you've got to know how to diagnose before you solve this problem, so that you don't give me medication for my headache when my problem is the knee. Are we able to diagnose what the problem is? If we do, why have we not solved these problems? I don't know. These problems have not left us. Do we have the problem-solving skills that are required to correct these maladies and problems? From the evidence that seems to confront us, we don't. Or do we, or do we lack the will to apply this knowledge? But sometimes we have to ask the question that, isn't there a chasm between knowledge and skill? Because sometimes we know the lot that we know, because the book says so, we read about it, we went to a conference and somebody delivered a clever paper. But it takes something else other than knowledge to do, to apply. And the question is, isn't there where the problem is, that we know the much that we do, and yet we do not have the skill to apply? We need to look in that area as well. Land has been made available to many people by way of CPAs and restoration of land to communities, including traditional councils. I drive around the province and I see these pockets and tracts of land lying fallow. when previously those pockets of land were functional, were productive. And then you wonder what happened in that transition between the transfer of land from one owner to the next. The implication of taking land out of production, which is what we did, is we have directly contributed to hunger. It might have been inadvertent, but it is so. It cannot make sense that you take land out of production. Is it that you did not capacitate the recipients of the land to be able to do that which they need to do to produce? Is it something else? Of course, there's another underlying problem that when I speak to recipients of land, particularly the communal property associations or CPAs, they say to me, but Mike, we can't, this land is not our land. And I say, what do you mean? They say, no, but we don't own the land because we don't hold title. Now, those of us who have the privilege of owning land, we know that we can walk into the bank and say, hey, I need a rand or 2 or 15 to work this land, and because I've got some security here, should I not honor my obligations, you can attach my property. But these CPAs don't own the land, so they're not able to have that economic strength and might, for they don't have security of tenure. So the question is then, I grew up in a township and we were given 99-year lease. And so it is still now that the government leases land to those who are supposed to be beneficiaries of land transformation. I am told that is beginning to change, and I hope it changes quickly. Because until and unless people have got the economic strength of that land, they're not necessarily any better off. In some instances, those who owned the land previously come back to these lands and are leasing the land without being settled with the obligation and responsibilities of land ownership. So they're better off. First, they took the money. Well, they didn't take it. We gave them the money because we bought the land from them. And they returned to use and utilize the land without the obligations of land ownership and other responsibilities that go with it. So they're still smiling to the bank. These that are supposed to be beneficiaries continue to suffer. We have heard about the Gini coefficient, which is scary. So the question then becomes, knowing that which we know, what is it that needs to be done? Because we can almost plan and project what the future will look like if we continue on this trajectory. It does not take rocket science to figure that out. And so clearly that future, if we do not intervene now, and when I say we, I mean we the people, not this outsourced agency. And I agree, Advocate, that for some reason we thought that these political parties and other leaders had our best interest at heart. Maybe they did at the time, I don't know. But what we did not realize is that delegation of authority is not abrogation of duty. We still, by we I mean the citizens, still owe it to ourselves to retain that agency. So what is it that citizens can do? There are a number of things that, from an agriculture point of view and a hunger fighting perspective, that can be done. I think we need to realize the value of agriculture, and I will cite this case. One farmer friend of mine who's a white commercial farmer says to me, You know, you, Mike, and your friends, you can go to Parliament and make so much noise as you want. When you take a break, a lunch break, remember, we still feed you. I was not particularly amused, not because he was lying, because he was just being brutally frank. Now, some of our kids, when you talk to them, think that milk comes from Woolworths. Of course, it does come from Woolworths, but I think there's a primary source beyond Woolworths. I think that the level of awareness needs to be raised. We need to conscientize a lot more. And this, for me, is part of the conversation itself. We need to make agriculture a lot more appealing. Sometimes I say sexy. Because agriculture is associated with poverty, blue overalls, gumboots, and a torn hat. Now, any loving parent would not want their child to look like that, because it is an element of expression that says, you're worse off than me. So what do? We send our kids away from agriculture. We say to them, hey, Mdanam, you've got to look better. What does better mean? You have to get a good education, get a corner office in Sandton. And I'm going to speak to my colleague from Sibanya. Incidentally, I'm an ex-employee of Lonro that became Lonmin Platinum subsequently. The mining industry owns tracts of land, some of which is not used on surface, but mining underground, depending on the kind of minerals that are being mined. The mining industry has got an obligation in terms of the Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Act and other requirements that they are having to comply with from a licensing and permit point of view. The mining industry is a large employer in this country, and so is agriculture. And I think as part of this conversation, we must have a conversation with these two industries to say, how do we hold hands together to contribute and figure out these problems? I don't want to talk about government because I just think, of course, I'm a former government employee. Sometimes government makes the mistake that they think to themselves and they pronounce and say they are going to create jobs. I don't know how government creates jobs. I think government's role should be to create an enabling environment in which we as business can do what we do best. And so the sooner they understand their role, of course, forget about the other maladies that are associated with government, the better for everybody. So colleagues, what I'm trying to say is that all is not lost. We have got the knowledge. And when you have a partner like the university with that, where we don't know, they have got the capacity to find out, to research. There are technologies out there. And some people say that we don't have technologies. We've got more than what we need from a technological point of view. The problem is one of access to technology. Let's make these technologies accessible. We as practitioners in the agriculture field have got the know-how to produce the food. So we must find that nexus, that connection point amongst the various role players as we dialogue or we converse about these things, to work practically towards these solutions. In conclusion, I had to say to Dr. Mashati, having been to many of these kind of discussions, my worry is how different is this one going to be? Upokwana answered me in anticipation, saying that here is a process. And I'm really encouraged to know that we have an alternative process that would not end up in vain, but would even go to the point of saying, you, Parliament, cannot ignore the outcomes of this conversation. That gives me hope. And on that basis, my industry and everybody else of my colleagues would commit to participate in these conversations with a view and purpose to not only become critics, but to also become part of a solution creation. For we owe it to this generation that comes after us and the succeeding ones. Thanks for listening. I hope you remember half of what I've said.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I think to the fellow speakers, Dr. Mhlati, thank you very much for this incredible opportunity to participate and to contribute to, I think, what we've already heard, and I'm sure we will all agree is an absolutely critical process. I'm here both on behalf of Sibanye-Stillwater, but also representing the mining industry. I think as both an individual and as a company, we welcome this national dialogue as a step towards true nation building. This is an opportunity to reset the developmental agenda for our country. But to make it successful truly involves the participation of all stakeholders to address a broad range of critical issues. And I have to say this conversation would not be complete if we didn't consider the role of the mining industry. I'm sure as many of you know, our country, South Africa, is blessed with a rich endowment of mineral resources. The metals and the minerals that have been derived from these assets over hundreds of years have not only facilitated the advancement of our society, but have in fact been the primary driver and the absolute backbone and modernization of the economy of our country today. While mining still remains a key pillar of our national economy today, its contribution has significantly declined. In the 1980s, mining contributed about 21% of our total national GDP. It also dominated the minerals and metal supply around the world. Today, that number has declined to only 6% of GDP. Admittedly, a lot of this decline is partially due to the maturity of some of our industries, in particular gold and diamonds, as also pleasingly, I guess, the growth of other sectors in the non-mining space. But sadly, it's also a function of various external factors that have negatively impacted investment and growth in mining. I'm going to touch on some of these a bit later, but the good news is that many of these factors can be addressed. We can address them and we can turn mining around again to be a primary underpin of economic growth and social development for the country. We've heard a lot about employment. The indirect impact of the mining industry is actually far greater than some of the statistics that are displayed on this slide. Today, the mining industry directly employs about 470,000 people. But indirectly, we have a social multiplier of mining of about 10 to 1. That essentially means that mining supports just under 5 million South Africans today. That's getting close to 10% of the total population. We also know that certain regions, and here the Northwest Province is very relevant in that regard, have got a much higher dependency on mining than across the rest of the country. In the Northwest Province, mining accounts for 30% of the current GDP. And in this province alone, we employ almost a quarter of that total mining employment, 110,000 people. Again, meaning mining is currently supporting over 1 million people in the Northwest Province. I have to admit that this statistic surprised even me, but there are 397 active mines in the Northwest Province today. This province sits on the biggest concentration of platinum group metals, and out of this province, 40% of all platinum group metals that have ever been mined in the world come out of this single province. The Northwest produces almost 70% of our dimension stone, 32% of the chrome, 20% of the gold. These are substantial volumes for the total mining production. Often excluded, but we shouldn't forget, we also produce diamonds, vanadium, slate, limestone, nickel, silica, manganese, phosphate, fluorspar, and zinc. This is an unbelievably well-endowed province in terms of natural mineral resources. But despite these incredible statistics, we still need to face a very sobering reality. The province is home to just under 4 million unemployed people. This is one of the highest rates in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, I think as we've heard from our fellow speakers, you cannot look at this number as a statistic. This is lost potential. This is rising frustration. This is probably the biggest risk we face as a country. And we have an increasingly growing urgency to act and address this. Just to give you an example of one of our local districts, the Bojanala district around our Lonmin mines, which we heard a speaker talking about recently, unemployment's over 50%. Mining contributes 41% to the total number of people employed. Why is mining so critical to this conversation? Is a very simple fact. You can't move them. We cannot pick up our mines and move them to areas that have got high economic potential and growth, as you can many other industries. They are where they are because of the resources. And as a result, this is an opportunity to grow economic zones around the operations themselves. With the extensive mineral riches I've described in the Northwest Province, this is a province that is extremely well positioned to use these resources as a strategic catalyst for meaningful economic growth and societal transformation that we so desperately need. From the perspective of the industry, our impact must, and I dare say in many cases it does go well beyond just the mines themselves. Our investments into job creation and social investments, the social and labor plans, which if we can properly coordinate on a regional level, have got the opportunity to deliver significant value, both to local government, but also to the advancement of the province and the communities in which we operate. As mining companies and as an industry, we are builders of infrastructure, significant capital investment. We are partners in education and health. We are supporters and promoters and developers of small business. We drive skills and technology development. Today, many of our operations provide water, sanitation, in many cases electricity, and safety for the communities within which we operate. Most recently, significant drives for the victims of gender-based violence. In order to maximize these opportunities, we have to face the facts that today the industry faces some enormous challenges. In a presentation given earlier this week by the Minerals Council to Parliament, it was outlined some of these challenges that we face. Declining grades and resources, significant increases in our operating costs, infrastructure bottlenecks, electricity and water, illegal mining, social and labor unrest. When you listen to these challenges, ladies and gentlemen, these are not mining challenges. These are national challenges. And the way to address it requires national and combined solutions. In addition to those challenges, we have a regulatory environment driven by local and foreign policies that unfortunately has made us significantly less competitive in the global arena. As an industry, we often have a very fractured relationship with government, and sadly often with our communities as well. This is so unnecessary, and it creates tensions and challenges that prevent the community development we so sincerely seek. The inability of the state and so often local government to effectively deliver on their mandates, both to the industry and the communities, results in what is often a completely untenable operating environment. The fact is, we're at a tipping point. These dialogues, as participants in these dialogues, I truly believe we are giving our country a second chance. We have to learn from our mistakes over the past 30 years. We have to optimize our gains and acknowledge that unless we translate these dialogues into real action, our country that is so full of potential, so many possibilities, those will not be realized. As a mining industry, we have to take responsibility that we are not just about producing metals, but about producing them in a way that adds value to all stakeholders. Responsible mining has the potential to introduce the much-needed economic activity that I have described. But I dare say that this opportunity is a window. These resources are finite, they do run out. This opportunity is not evergreen, and we need to act now. Reflecting on the role of what the industry can play, we need to reflect on what a modern mining company and industry looks like. We are no longer simply companies that are focused on how we can optimally extract resources. We need to truly be recognized as a force for good and go well beyond what responsible operators used to be. It was 10 years ago already that at the Joburg Mining in Durban, we defined what a modern mining industry should look like. And I'll summarize that. A modern mining industry will optimally extract the country's natural resources, causing no harm to the people or planet. It will benefit both the local community as well as the national economy. It will procure locally, will be a preferred employer of well-skilled people, and create appropriate returns for its investors. Regulations, policy, taxation, and incentives need to be consistent, transparent, and recognize the long-term potential of mining for economic growth. This is a vision that can truly change our country. As a company, this is reflected in what we call our Mdoni tree. And I dare say this is what this dialogue is all about. Our tree has its roots in our values. What are the values of our country, of our culture that we want to reflect? The trunk of the tree, which is the strength of any tree, is our people. I think we have heard today, it is the will of the people. The leaves of the trees are the various stakeholders that benefit. Not just investors, not just employees, but all stakeholders who impact from the mining industry. And if we are successful, then that tree will bear fruits. And those fruits are the value that every single stakeholder should benefit from. And I dare say this is a model that we can apply in our thinking today towards how we need to take this dialogue forward. The good news is it does work. If we have a focus on shared value for all stakeholders, real value can be created. In our company over the last 10 years, we have managed to more than double our employment. 2013, we employed just over 35,000 people. Today, we employ just over 70. We are one of the largest employers in the country. The salaries we paid in 2013 have increased more than fourfold to what we paid last year, totaling 31 billion rand paid to employees of our company. And the numbers that we've spent on the development of our people and the upliftment of our communities have all gone up exponentially. True value can be created when we focus on all stakeholders and come together as one. I think just in concluding, some thoughts for what we could consider in this dialogue going forward. Once again, almost 10 years ago, there was another such dialogue that was convened. This was a Pan-African dialogue, Pan-African leaders. It was convened on the banks of the Zambezi River under the auspices of the former Nigerian President, His Excellency Obasanjo. This dialogue at the time was focused on the natural resources of Africa. And the outcome of that was captured in a document referred to as the Zambezi Protocol, a document we continue to embrace today. And I'll summarize how His Excellency Obasanjo noted the outcome of this document. Africa's mining sector is in a crisis. At its very root is a lack of trust between mining companies, between governments, and the very nations that they lead. If we do not tackle this crisis, it will result in serious adverse implications for economic growth and employment prospects at a time when the continent needs it most. I dare say those words are completely appropriate to South Africa today. At its very heart, the Zambezi Protocol set out a template for which we can realize optimal value from our vast mineral wealth. And this is based on a foundation of trust and constructive relationships. I once again dare say that is the basis of the national dialogue. And although we are now almost 10 years since this historic document was developed, I dare say it can still be the basis for what we need to take forward to define a true social and economic compact between all stakeholders and realize the vast potential of our mineral resources. It will require a renewed and a very collective effort. It's going to require the definition of new partnerships, new relationships. But I'm truly hopeful and confident that this dialogue is going to crystallize the hard actions that are needed in order to realize this vision. And on behalf of our company and on behalf of the industry, we are truly committed to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Richard, and earlier, thank you, Mike. And as you could see, colleagues, both inputs just serve as a template for us to actually discuss. And I'm certain that for you here and those who are online, you could identify with many aspects, that have been raised. And I think a very important common thread, right from the first speaker to the last one, is the issue of trust. Trust is very important in everything we do. And fortunately, Pastor Pitt put us on a nice spiritual platform, so that we can be able to engage freely. Now we're getting to a stage where we would like you to share whatever is in your mind. Any issues of clarity, but we're more interested in how you perceive, the whole matter of the national dialogue. We do know that there are a number of challenges that we have. As you raise them, please share with us how you think we can be able to go forward solving those challenges. Because we don't want to spend a cold Saturday morning just to recite the problems that we have. We can actually write volumes and volumes beyond the encyclopedias about the problems we have. But what is important is how do we approach, And like I said earlier on, this session really is not meant to come up with, say, tomorrow, this is how we solve ABCD. It's actually about how do we make sure that in our sectors, in our communities, we are able to make our friends, colleagues, families, neighbors, and so on, understand exactly what the national dialogue is about. That it is actually owned by us. So we're going to open up, and please feel free to raise your hand. I'm hoping that there are mics available so that we can be able to hear. There are colleagues here that have got roving mics. You just lift your hand, they will come to you. It would be great to just introduce yourself, your name, and then you can provide your contribution. And just mindful that we are many who would like to, contribute. So it would be important that we don't provide, we don't give a thesis. I know with the university community, Prof. Chobeka, the tendencies, I know. And also, I would like to invite those who are online. Kindly type in your contribution question. It will be collated so that those could be responded to. So let me see. We will go blockwise. We'll start on my right, come to the center, and then to the left. And we will take about, I'm just trying to divide the potential questions by the number of people who spoke here. We'll take about 10 in the first round, get, responses, and then take the next tranche from online, and then come back here to the room. Is that fair? Oh, thank you. At least I said something positive this morning. Let's start that side.
Thank you so much. My name is Bongani Matevu. My question will be directed straight to the office of President Thabo Mbeki. I believe that we cannot address or talk about national dialogue without addressing the issues of the past. It's not only me, but even the international community said it very eloquently that apartheid was a crime against humanity. I want to understand, out of the wisdom of President Mbeki, what made him to suggest or to be hesitant to prosecute the apartheid barbarians who are still roaming around our streets even currently? But more importantly, I want to understand, because I believe that President Mbeki is from School of London. It does not take an economist to know that South Africa cannot prosper by adopting liberal policies. President Mbeki deliberately, if not deliberately, I'm not sure if it was the international pressure, forced him to then, I would use the word, sell our sovereignty by then, in a sense of aligning us with the G20, which has even today widened the inequality, because by aligning with G20 will automatically result in South Africa taking its state resources back to those who have continuously been punishing us. Because the apartheid regime was so smart, because they knew the importance of SOEs. So what influenced President Mbeki to say, no, let us move away from SOEs? That would be the first question which I would want it to be addressed. And then, but not lastly, the question of land. In many platforms, I've heard President Mbeki being very hesitant, if not, I'm not sure, pleasing the whites. We know how our land was taken. And there is no willing buyer, willing seller which will return our land. And I'm not advocating for any form of anarchy for land to be returned. But then the only way forward to address the questions of South Africa is the question of land. The land has to be returned strictly to us. And by us, I'm referring to us, blacks, specifically us, those who have been dispossessed the land.
Okay.
And then, but before I close, the gentleman from the mining indaba, from the mining industry, the then deputy president called for a concomitant action when our people just needed a mere 12,000 rand. When will you guys give back our land to the state? Because the state, according to my understanding, is the only custodian and the driver that will enable us to address the questions that South Africa is facing, which is merely the issue of inequality. Thank you.
Okay, can I request that when we ask questions, we be more, concise, so as to give enough time and also for the audience to be able to catch exactly the nature of the question. Next one.
Thank you very much. I'm Kagiso Sipipi Litsola. And then my question is one. What are we doing? I understand that everybody's crying about unemployment and everything like that. But don't we think this has to start from the foundation phase? Because of what creates unemployment now is because of companies and everything. They are putting in new technologies in their environments and everything. But what do we do to upskill our children right now? What is it that we put in the curriculum of our children in primary schools and high schools so that it can empower them so that when they go out for employment, they've got experience already, not be asked for what is your experience, how much experience do you have? Thank you.
Thank you. That's quite clear. There is a hand.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then
The name is Patrick Musiani.
can you bring the mic closer so that
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Patrick Musiani from the Tlokwe Heritage Institute. Talking now as an independent governance and development analyst. There's a few things that I'm not very sure about. When the announcement of the panel was made, I conversed with my colleagues to say, we are again putting a forum together, right? Without having discussed what it will be doing. And I gave an example about the fact that when we produced local government system, after we produced the white paper on local government, we then went on to put together what was called the Structures Act. The Structures Act, as you may recall, is about structures of local government. We had not defined what the structures of local government were going to be doing. That was only defined later on in 2000 in the Systems Act. So we had put together a local government system without having said what they are going to be doing. And I said at the time that it was a mistake. And now we have done the same mistake again. Put together a panel without having defined what the problem is. Consequently, what we have done is put together a panel of people who come from an array of fields of life and who may not all add value to what the problem is that we are trying to sort out. I respect and saw the letter by the president, former president, Thabo Mbeki, during this week, which somehow assisted to explain what was not explained in the announcement of the panel, because the announcement of the panel did not explain to us what the problem is. I know what the problem is. I don't need to be taught about that. I know what the problem is in South Africa. But I'm saying the panel was announced without having defined what the problem is. Part of my understanding of the problem, and which is what I'm hoping that when I came here, I was hoping that the president would be here, was to explain, amongst other things, that part of our problem is the race issue. We have re-racialized South Africa, and we are working hard to even entrench that racialization of South Africa. A subtext of that is ethnicize South Africa. When the president is Xhosa, Xhosas predominate. When the president is Venda, Vendas predominate everywhere. And so forth, it goes on. And I thought the governing party was an essential component of a pursuit of an agenda to do exactly away with that. And we are doing it now, we are supporting it. I come from Bosch, and at some point I was a municipal manager. The last white person appointed in Potchefstroom was appointed by me. It's about in 2006. The last white person appointed in Potchefstroom municipality was appointed by me. Everybody else appoints blacks, if not blacks, either they are petty or something like that, but not people with skills. But purely because I call it subterfuge on ethics,
Okay.
moral subterfuge, because you are really doing away with skills by virtue of you bringing into the equation people who belong to your clan, tribe, and so forth. And we are doing it. We are doing it very exceptionally, very well.
Okay.
Sorry, can I finish? Sorry.
Okay.
I agree.
I thought you were done.
No, I agree with the fact that the regulatory environment in South Africa is not very good. And in my submission to the local government white paper discussion, I argue the issue that we really need to sort this issue out. It's very difficult in terms of how the environment is for us to deliver the country. A lot of things, I'm not going to get into them, but anyway, a lot of things are not necessarily in order. We need to sort that issue out. I agree with the gentleman from the mining environment that this is just nonsense what's going on. Local government is central to the growth of the economy of the country. But you are wrong, people. It's not about structures. It's about the wrong people. Let me leave it there, but just to say to him, the gentleman from the mine, that the mines are very bad. I mean, I worked in Rustenburg at some point, including themselves, Sibanye Gold, Sibanye Stillwater. Their contribution to the economy of Rustenburg is very minuscule. I met them several times. It's very embarrassing compared to how much they are making. By the way, I've read their documents. So they are not very strategically contributing to the development of, let's say, for example, Rustenburg. So they need to relook at themselves. You can't tell me about 200 million they contribute in the Northwest as a province in a year and make as much profit as they are making. I'm saying their contribution is very minuscule and they must look at themselves. Thank you very much.
Okay, there are hands down here. I was hoping that you were going to share how they can look at themselves going forward because we're wanting solutions. But it's something that is, I'm sure in the piping. There is a hand there, and did I see a hand down here? From there, you will go this side, and then we'll move over to the middle. Okay, quick, short and sharp.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gift Mbagaza, a student from Mechatronic Engineering. The question is to the Vice Chancellor, highly respected Vice Chancellor. Since NWU, it's leading, if not the only university that has nuclear engineering, on job creation and reducing unemployment, do we see a large potential, or do we have a large sense of responsibility for training people who are going to dominate in the nuclear field for energy generation and for weapons development, since in this modern world there is geopolitical tensions? Yeah, so the question in short is, does the NWU feel a sense of responsibility for training the next people who are going to lead in the nuclear world in South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a hand here, the lady down here. Hey, you've got a long book, man. Hey, you're scaring me now.
Good morning. My name is Charlotte Melila. I am an academic and also an alumni from this very university, the Northwest University. I just want to reiterate a very, very important point that was made by Mr. Mike Gabu. He said that government should create an enabling environment for business to thrive. That is very, very important. Now, one of the enabling environment is infrastructure maintenance, which is the weakest link with our government. I just want to cite an example with what happened in Ditsobotla local municipality a few years ago in Lichtenburg. One of the biggest employers, a dairy company called Clover, had to leave the Northwest Province to KZN due to lack of infrastructure maintenance. About more than 300 employees had to lose their jobs due to lack of support from the Northwest government to that company. Now, coming to our very own local government of Matlosana, looking at the road infrastructure, the roads are in a very terrible state. The robots are not working. There are no lines on the road. The list is endless. The very same infrastructure that falls under the municipality, they are not being maintained. Now, I hope that this national dialogue is not going to be one of the talk shops. I think we should also do away with this thing, tenders. People should be given employment to look after the infrastructure of our government or of our municipalities. Now, coming to how do we solve this problem, the question that we must come up with, I think our municipalities, our government must start to take maintenance very, very serious. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's start from bottom here and go up. We're done on this side now. And I will reiterate again to be able to contain the time that we be concise with either comments or questions. Over to you, sir.
No, greetings, MC, or what is it, program director.
Both.
The panel and the presentation I welcome. My name is Ubongan Mahlangu. I am here on behalf of the South African Youth Council, NEC, that's the South African Youth Council. Program director, before I even get into what I had noted subject to the presentations made, with regards to the time constraints that you have articulated, I was here at 8:30. I think I drove over 2 hours to get here. The program was targeted for 9. It started at 20 to 10.
Yeah,
so yes, we have
matters.
made progress to this point, and I applaud. But you know, progress is as important as the pace of progress. So, and that is something that I want to also bring to South Africans, that as so much as we applaud progress, let's applaud the pace, because it's important. That's why our people would apply for the RDPs in 1996, get them in 2025, and we must just be happy that they got them, whereas the progress has been slow. So we have to move away from that. But then to get into now the things that I've prepared, and it's a dialogue, so some might be comments, some might be questions in line with the spirit of the dialogue. From the first presentation, or rather the second presentation, I liked how you coined it, Chief Enabling Officer, not Chief Executive Officer. And thanks for clarifying as to the objectives of the dialogue. Why do I stress on enabling? Because I believe that you said, I think we have over thousands and thousands of issues in South Africa. But seemingly one issue that we are not speaking about is the leadership. Because for everything that we envision must be, in order to be successful as a country, it is enabled by leadership. Leadership is at the core. So now, if you do not have the right leaders to do whatever it is that they must do, we can speak the whole day, it will not happen. We can develop policy, everything, it will not happen. So we need enablers, because leadership is an enabler of any policy, of any decision. When we look into, so that means we must look into leadership attributes. What kind of attributes do we want, do we demand from our leaders? We are trying to build a nation here. When you look into the nations such as Singapore, Singapore is way ahead of us, and it's a smaller country than us, less endowed than us in any kind of endowment you may think of. But the likes of Lee Kuan built that country. We applaud it today. When we go to today, what is called the modern day Russia, which back then was the Soviet Union, Lenin built that country, strong leaders. Who said better, fewer, but better, because they had constraints the same. Today we are saying China is the second biggest economy in the world, and so forth and so on. We look at Deng Xiaoping. They built that country, strong leaders. Where are our strong leaders in every sector of our society? So let's look at how we identify our leaders, select or elect our leaders, and appoint our leaders. I think the problem is there. Let there be consequence management. Today, most of the things we are talking about is economic mismanagement from the leadership. And no one has ever been removed from a position for economic mismanagement that has culminated to this high unemployment that we see, what they call evil problems that we still experience, unemployment, inequality, poverty, and so forth. Then with that being said, I'll go to foreign policy. South Africa is the most powerful country in SADC and arguably in Africa if you look at the power indicators of economy, population, political stability, and so forth. But if you look at South Africa's interventions in the instability of our neighboring countries, it's neither here nor there. For instance, and I link this to Zamazamas that we get in Stilfontein. When there is a crisis, an electoral, political, and social crisis, and economic crisis in Zimbabwe, what does South Africa do? When there's the same crisis in Mozambique, what does South Africa do? There was a mini crisis in Namibia, what did South Africa do? There was a crisis, or is a crisis in the DRC that is now being resolved by players outside of our continent. What did South Africa do? Because by South Africa not doing enough, what does that cause? It incentivizes the individuals there to come to South Africa and find themselves under the belly of the soil of South Africa, and we call them Zamazamas, of which, by the way, the same produce that these Zamazamas extract there, they somehow mix up with the produce of your still water, which is legally produced. So the illegal and legal, somehow they converge at a certain point and they go to the very same consumer. So that is also strange, because we only refer to Zamazamas as the diggers, but we don't refer to those higher up as Zamazamas. Anyway, when we have meaningful interventions in this country, we disincentivize an individual from that country from crossing a border illegal and ending up in a hole in Stilfontein. So then foreign policy then becomes very integral in resolving not only the issues of South Africa, but the issues of the continent as well, because the issues of the continent or SADC become our direct issues. Then when there was a speaker also that spoke about, I think it's from the TM Foundation, about constituency becoming a failed state. Currently, if you categorize South Africa or analyze it properly, we are a weakening state. We are continuously being unable to deliver the political goods that we must deliver. That is your health, security, and so forth and so on. So at the current moment, even from the previous speakers, they are characterizing a weakening state. But remember, a state first weakens, then it fails, then it collapses. And there are collapsed states in Africa. Somalia happens to be one of them. Sudan is moving in that direction. Libya happens to be one of them. We can argue where Zimbabwe is in between collapse and failed. So if we do not check ourselves, we will also move in that direction. And people must never believe that it's impossible. There was a time where Argentina had issues. I think Colombia had issues. Greece had issues. So South Africa will not be immune from these issues. Then when we get into the Freedom Charter, we have to, there was a statement made, Program Director, that the Freedom Charter was designed to dismantle a regime That was the political regime of the day. But even though the political regime of that day would have been destroyed or distracted or whatnot, and we are now 31 years into this democratic project, but let us remember that the economic regime that was developed by that same political regime exists to this day. Hence we experience inequality, hence we experience high concentration, hence we experience barriers of entry, especially if you are a person of a certain demographic orientation. It is hard to get into mining, it is hard to get into agriculture. So the regimes still remain and have not been dismantled. So we cannot just say then that the Freedom Charter was to dismantle that regime. Let's start from scratch without any baseline and form something new. No, the issues or what the produce of that regime still remain. Let's get into our democracy, Chair. Is that, you know, there was a green book that was authored by Gaddafi. And in the green book, there's a citation of the Jahamaria, which basically speaks about direct democratic participation. That basically says that, why do we need members of parliament? Why do we need members of the provincial legislature? Why do we need councillors to represent us? Why can't we represent ourselves? And those are things that we need to talk about, to say that, do we not need to look into our political establishment, our electoral processes, and see if it's not possible for people to represent themselves instead of being represented by proxies who get there and start representing their own jackets instead of the people on the ground. When we speak about skills in the Northwest, now to get, I know I'm taking a bit of time. When we talk about skills in the Northwest, it is often said by speaker and speaker that the Northwest does not have skills, and I always argue otherwise. The Northwest, even in this town, there's Technis when you drive into the town. That is a technical high school, and we have many in the Northwest. We have this university in the Northwest, which is one of the biggest residential universities in South Africa, that offers a range of disciplines, especially scarce skills and qualifications. So when you look into the Northwest does not have a production issue of skills. The Northwest may have an attraction issue of skills and also a retention issue of skills, but not production. We do produce engineers, we do produce economists. You can go look at the 142 skills in the scarce skills and qualifications list produced, or rather published by the Department of Home Affairs. We produce those skills here in the Northwest, but those skills struggle to enter the labor market or meaningful economic participation, and that is something we must look into. When we look into the economic plan of this province, it is still an export-led economic growth strategy, and it's problematic. That's why we talk about beneficiation. That's why when Trump says that no longer I'm putting tariffs at 30-35%, we struggle, because it's the strategy, the economic plan or strategy of the province is not even flexible, and we are seeing it contribute to the increasing unemployment in the province. That is not only leading in terms of the expanded definition, but the official definition as well. So let's look into this economic plan of this province and see what is possible, including the SLPs, because if you look into the IDP, SDP-IP of Moses Kotane, they have great plans on what needs to be done with regards to the SLPs, developing manufacturing that will supply the same mining in terms of input products, but it's not being implemented because, again, of leadership. When we look at universities now, universities have become citadels of society. Yes, I am closing. I have just this one and then traditional leadership. So universities have become citadels of society. They are aloof from what is happening on the ground. Hence, when you look at these academics are struggling to resolve those complex issues that we speak about, because they are there and we are down here. So now they are unable. You get into universities, you find that universities have a publish or perish mandate to their academics. And as a consequence, these academics are regurgitating information. A person would say the economic impact of what in South Africa, then publish another paper, economic impact in the Northwest of Gauteng, that is 10 papers. On the same topic, research topic. What problem is this individual resolving? Because of why? Publish or perish. Then we also look at the diminishing funding for our universities, subsidies. We also look at the registration of patents, R&D. Because if we were really resolving issues, we should be also registering patents, and we are not. And then we look at also NSFAS as well. NSFAS, we must ask ourselves as South Africans, is it aligned with our growth or our development objectives? When you have 50 billion rand that basically say free for all, the only determinant or criterion is that your total household income must be 350,000. So meaning even if you go to a university to study something that is totally useless and does not contribute anything to the country, your community, even yourself, our government funds it with taxpayers' money. So we must be look at that and also be honest with that. Then also, all right, also graduate attributes. We said that you spoke about knowledge, or someone spoke about knowledge. This is the second last point.
No, sorry, Mr. Mahlangu, I just want to establish a principle. I think let's be fair. You're raising quite a number of issues that are very important. But I think it's going to be important for us to be able to provide other colleagues an opportunity to speak, but also you're running through quite a number of issues. I'm struggling to, check whether it's a complaint paper or it's something. If you could just summarize, I would appreciate.
No, thanks, Chair, and I apologize for that, and I apologize to the House. There's this issue of knowledge versus skills, and that goes back to what we call graduate attributes, which should be cultivated by the university and its staff, in this case in context academic staff. How are we training these young people in these institutions if we are saying they are knowledgeable but not skillful? And then the last point, Chair, is that we cannot not speak about traditional leadership in such a province. Traditional leadership is an extension of the state, if you look at the TKLA, the Traditional Khoisan Leadership Act. But you find that we do not place adequate responsibilities on their shoulders, even according to the very same act. For instance, Chair, the act says that traditional leaders must call at least once a year a meeting of the traditional community under their leadership and give an account of their performance. That never happens, and there's no consequence. It says that traditional houses must produce audited financial statement, audited by an external auditor. If it's not the AG, whatever the audit is must be given to the AG for concurrence. That never happens, and there's no consequence. And traditional leadership is funded by the state, is funded by taxpayers. They contribute little to economic growth, to jobs and so forth, and they are not accountable to the very same act that establishes them and ensures that they must be accountable. So it's time now that we also call traditional leadership to account as so much as we call politicians and government to account.
Thank you very much. I hope I understand you correctly that the Youth Council, as part of the deliberations, on this dialogue process, will actually be, engaging in discussion with young people so that you can come up with those attributes of leaders. Because to say there are no attributes and you don't come with an alternative is as good as, supporting what is not working. I think the second one, I just want to make sure that I quote correctly so that their colleagues can be able to, that you actually saying part of your discussion is basically reviewing the politics and the political system in the country. Because if the young people then do not do that, who is going to do it? Of course, I think the issue of, challenging the universities for relevance is part and parcel of why this discussion, is taking place. For your earlier rebuke, I take responsibility for it. Thank you. There was a hand.
Thank you.
Please don't take him as an example of, how to go.
Yes, thank you, Program Director. Good morning to the panel and everybody in the discussion. My name is Dakaro Huitilwe. I'm a doctoral student here at Northwest University in laws, with law and development. My research interests are in gender equality, and I am driven by the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals, specifically SDG 5. And as a student and as an individual that is always thinking from a perspective of feminist theory, I must admit that I am very anxious first of all, by not seeing any female representation within the panel. It raises a lot of questions for me in terms of gender inclusivity, which is what propelled me to ask this question, because I don't believe that we can have any conversations regarding transformation without talking or having conversations about gender inclusivity. So my question is straightforward. What is the standpoint of this national dialogue regarding gender equality? How do you envision gender equality being integrated into the transformation initiatives that we can have? That is all I want to ask, because I'm very concerned that women are still in a position where we are still trying to penetrate the workforce and the economy and other aspects in our society, and these conversations are mostly sidelined in such settings. Thank you.
Okay. Next hand. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ubuse Ntime. I'm an educator at Klerksdorp Secondary School. I've been teaching for more than 15 years, teaching agricultural sciences. With my experience, I've realized that now we've got a very serious problem of curriculum in our country that does not answer to the need of the country. Our curriculum is very vague. You find a learner doing geography, maths, physics, but he wants to do mine engineering. But there are some topics within the subject that does not relate to a career that which this learner needs at the end. I think we need to have a curriculum change in our country, overall curriculum change from primary to high school. That can also fit to the university. I want to confine myself to agricultural sciences, because I've been teaching agriculture for many years. Now, from this point, I'm happy that the professor is here, Chancellor is here, and also to answer to Mr. Kabo's requests of agricultural science. Our province itself, we need to have agricultural science focused schools, because that's where we can answer to the need of this province. You find that learners are doing agriculture with geography and history in some schools. It's a science subject. Now, if you are doing agricultural sciences, it's just a theoretical part, but they're not being trained on the management part of it. Now, if we can just restructure our curriculum, where we can say we've got agric-focused schools in our province, at least minimum of 5. We don't have even 1, we've got only 2. But they are not answering to the needs of the province and of the country. Now, my submission is that if we have agricultural science or agricultural management subjects, where we are going to manage, we are going to have a management part, where learners will be able to deal with animals or with plants straight, specifically for that. And if we are bringing in mathematics, which part of mathematics is relevant to the particular studies? In other countries, you go to China, learners are focused on specific areas. You find that now, from same family, we've got a doctor from that family. The country says, we need you to produce doctors from your family. So imagine in one area, for example, at Klerksdorp, we can have 5 doctors. So we can say, in the next coming 10 years, these 5 families having 2 children each, we can have how many doctors from those 5 families? If we have a family with a farmer, we say from your side, please ensure that now we've got future farmers from your family. So it means that now we need to be able to say, for the next coming 10 years, 20 years, our country must try to restructure our curriculum from as far as primary. If we have a subject in high school, which we are saying math literacy, it's not answering to the need of the country. Our learners are able to answer questions based on mathematics. If you're having algebra, you know that now that particular subject can be able to assist our learners for their careers. Okay. Now I'm saying, my submission is one, we need to have an overall curriculum change in our country. I'm happy that now Professor is here, and from his department or from Faculty of Education, the Dean of Education Department, faculty, must be able to say, yes, we really need to have a curriculum change in our country, where it's going to restructure the subject, the curriculum of each and every school, where you can have focused subject in every school. We can have line of medicine from primary, where learners are going to be taught to be able to be channeled to a specific area of medicine. We need to have learners who are going to be channeled from primary level to go to engineering, to be able to answer to the need of our country, where we are saying we've got mines here that are closed, are not being used. Let us try to have a group of learners from areas where we've got mines. So that's my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next hand.
Good morning, panel members, and to the House at large. My name is Musawenkosi Jack, and I truly love South Africa and have hope for our country. So my question is, let me just give you a bit of background on where I come from. So I come from a township in this very Potchefstroom, and I had the privilege of living there for 18 years, and then after 18 years, we moved to the suburbs. And for a very long time, I would see the difference between me and the people that I was surrounded by in that environment. So I kept on asking myself, what is the issue over here? And the thing that I concluded to was access, right? Many of us and many people do not have access to opportunity. They do not have access to resources. They do not have access to a good education. I look at myself, and I had the privilege of being in a good school, coming from, parents that have good careers, and the people around me did not have that opportunity. So my question is, how are we able to give, people that are living in poverty an opportunity to live better lives, to alleviate the poverty, to alleviate the unemployment? And in this sense, I'm saying we need tangible hope for people. People that live in poverty live in absolute distress, and they do not live in any sort of dignity. So what I'm saying is, what are some practical ways we're able to help people that are living in these circumstances? And it's very disheartening knowing that there are people that are doing well, and there are some people that are absolutely, struggling to meet the bare minimum. So yes, I would like to know what are some practical ways we're able to deal with these situations as a country and as a society as well.
Okay, thank you. Can I get an indication how more hands up here so that I can see how I manage? Okay, we'll take here and go up right to the last one and then move across. So you'll be, can you just have your hands up so that at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That waving hand, there you are number 8. Then we will go across. So we'll start number 1. Oh. There is.
I want to explain something.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Comrade Chair. The seating arrangement is wrong. As a result, people think these people sitting in front have got answers. They don't, including myself. So there's a possibility that you are asking questions from wrong people. But I think the critical point is, we know our country is in a crisis. How do we get out of that crisis? And I think what we need is the solutions more than anything else. So I'm afraid they might act as if they are clever, but I'm not sure if they do have the answers.
Yeah, colleagues, this is what I emphasized at the beginning. That's why I was saying to Mr. Mahlangu here that he's actually articulating things that they are going to discuss. Same as the question that we would like to get from young people, how that problem must actually be solved. So if colleagues, we could be able, I mean, like I said, we know that there are lots of things that we can complain about, but how do we go forward? That is the nub of actually what we want to do. Like, you know, where Max here is saying, you're not going to get, you know, answers to everything that you are raising. We actually want to change the mood to say, how do we start thinking about how to change what we're actually used to? Over to you, Chair, you know, say if you could be able to, you know. I don't want to be seen to be restricting, but at the same time, we need to give others an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Martin Maupa. I'm a student here in the Northwest University. I'm a member of SASCO, and I'm a national chairperson at Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education. So I'll just like to criticize some of the programs that are offered by Sibanye, especially the ESD program, the Enterprise Suppliers Development Program. Mr. CEO, I feel that Sibanye have wasted 1 billion because I saw that you've said you've invested 1 billion in training and development, and this is my view. I feel that you are training people, especially with your ESD program, the Sibanye Youth in Mining program, to be specific. I've been a mentor for that, and I've got facts with what I'm saying. You are training people, you are giving people vendor numbers, but you are not providing them with access to opportunities inside to get business. And that is one of my biggest concerns. Because if you are just training people and then you don't give them anything or you don't develop them, as I talk now, I can tell you, Mr. CEO, there's conversations that those youth in mining beneficiaries are mobilizing and engaging to say, we must come up with means to disrupt Sibanye so that they can hear our views. So I was just saying, please fix that. It will assist, you know, Sibanye as a mine, because some of the problems that causes things like illegal mining, I feel that it's such issues that you only give young people only a slice of bread, but they don't actually get the window to be participating in the mining sector. And then secondly, I want to also come up with an idea of the African mining Indaba. I feel Northwest has got more mines, but we don't have the Northwest mining Indaba. So try and communicate with the mining houses so that you can try and maybe host the Northwest mining Indaba.
Okay.
And then I'm also
Your last one.
Gonna go to the Black Agricultural Commodities Forum. You've said the purpose of government is to enable the environment for business to be conducive. But I haven't heard anything with regards to maybe an agro-processing incubation program that will actually assist small business owners in the province so that we can come up with the means of production of producing our own agro-processing products so that we can buy from our own province. I think it's something that you also need to consider, Chair. And then lastly, I'm gonna be talking to the VC with regards to some of the courses that he can add to the business school. I feel that our institution needs to have a course maybe in development finance, because if you can check the thriving provinces in the country, like the Western Cape, if you can check also Gauteng, you know, those are provinces that have universities that offers a course in development finance, because it assists and provides expertise for public and private partnership, the financial aspects, which assist professionals on how they can best work with, you know, government and the private sector. And I'm going to make one example with regards to that. I feel that our departments are working in silos, you know. We've got the National Empowerment Fund that is just standing there. We've got the IDC doing its own thing. We've got Sibanye offering the youth in mining program, but there's no collaboration. So that thing is the biggest barrier. But if you can come together, I always feel that these programs, if you can just put them in one bucket, it doesn't need rocket science or research and development. It's just putting resources together to make sure that there's impact. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Number two. Can I appeal again, colleagues, that were concise, where I'm still missing, what, you say you would like to engage in so that we can be able to deal with these problems, rather than just, we're listing the problems that, where we feel. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Lazingos, a student here studying mechatronics engineering. I'm from Mpumalanga. So the issue here is about the government officials are also failing us, adding to the issue of land and economic mismanagement. We as black people, we are crying about the land, yet we are given the land. What do we do with it? Is the government teaching our youth practical skills, not just theoretical? Because you cannot put a kid in a swimming pool without even teaching him or her how to swim. Obviously, he will drown or she will drown. We need to change the foundation first before we can change our future. The issue here is the foundation. And also we need to check most the kids at rural areas. They do not get same opportunities as the kids as the boarding school or somewhere. We need to empower those kids who are in rural areas without opportunities and all of those stuffs. That's my.
Okay, thank you. Number three, behind you.
Greetings, everyone, the panel and everyone in the house. I'm Tembile Gumbi. I have two questions. I'm actually going to read them so that I don't find myself taking more time. The question that I have, it's actually addressed to our Vice Chancellor. Prof, you mentioned that South Africa needs to share a common vision. And I would then think that this is regardless of differences in background, race, class, or political affiliation. However, my question is, how can we truly share a common vision when politicians are living large while ordinary citizens are trapped in poverty? For me, a common vision becomes a hollow if it is not backed by equitability, action, inclusion, and accountability. My second question is, you mentioned that it is time for healing. The time to build is upon us, echoing Mandela's words. I believe that Mandela was addressing all South Africans. For blacks, it meant he was acknowledging the immense pain and suffering under apartheid. And for white South Africans, he was offering assurance that they had a place in New South Africa. Now, my question is, how can South Africa truly heal and build a united nation when groups like AfriForum internationalize internal racial tension instead of engaging in democratic dialogue at home? Are we still living up to Mandela's legacy of nation building being hijacked by selective memory and self-interest? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number four.
Thank you. I'm going to be very short. My name's Paul Smith. I'm an academic here at the university. And just some observations from my side. Yes, we do need a common South African identity. And then when it comes to national dialogue, what a brilliant idea. But for a dialogue to succeed, there's a few guidelines that we must keep in mind. Pay attention to the problem, not the person. That's number one. Number two, talk, don't walk. And the third one, and this is the last observation from my side, I call it active listening. So often when people talk to us, we already anticipate how we're going to answer them without actually listening to them. And if the national dialogue can achieve that, that will be the new vision for South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that goes a lot to inform the next contributors after you. Ne?
Thank you very much. My name is Tlotleho Mogapi. I'm a student here in Northwest University.
Could you please just lift the volume or bring a...
Oh, okay. My name is Tlotleho Mogapi. I'm a student here in Northwest University. We appreciate and we accept the national dialogue. We feel like if this dialogue wasn't convened, we were going to have a regime change in South Africa. So we thank the foundations for giving South Africans this opportunity. But by getting straight to suggestions or input, South Africa is recognized to be a non-racial country. As being a non-racial country, we're being oblivious to the fact that race exists. And such ambiguity has led to division. We have a racial division in this country. So I was proposing that instead of being or characterizing ourselves as non-racial country, we shall characterize ourselves as a multiracial country, acknowledging that we have so many races existing in this country, and acknowledging that each and every sector in each and every part of this country, there should be a representation reflecting that multiracialism. That's number one. Last year, or was it last year, the recalled ambassador of America came to Northwest University, but Mahikian campus, and lectured us about the foreign policy. But I asked him a question, he did not answer it. That we are having a democracy in South Africa. South African constitution considered to be one of the best constitutions in the country. But contradictory, we're the most unequal country in the entire world in terms of poverty and unemployment. That is very contradictory. And I suggest that as and when we culminate the new South Africa, I believe we are going to create the new South Africa because we are not proud of the South Africa that we have created in the past years. We need to have a democracy with socialist reforms or radical socialist policies, where government will have the authority towards the economy. It's very sad to hear that 10% of the population control 85% of the economy. I mean, does not make any sense. Government needs to be at the center of economy. Government, and I disagree, unfortunately, with the speaker that said that it is not the duty of government to create employment. I believe that it is the duty of government to ensure that there's an employment in this country. And if government is not creating employment, we must hold government accountable. And the countries that were mentioned by Mr. Matlangu, check the influence of government in the economy and in the social life of its people, including employment. So corruption in South Africa, if we don't have socialist reform, there in China, a mayor cannot wake up and appoint his friend for a tender. They know that they're going to disappear, and the society will not know where they are. They're even asking in media, so who is the former minister? They don't know where they are. But I was saying here, there must be a harsh treatment for corrupt officials more than the ordinary citizens. And when you are busy attending court left and right and center because of allegations, we need to take your resources. Your resources, we need to take them. And another thing that I need to mention, the universities and the high schools, back before democracy, they played a very crucial role in chanting a way forward for a new South Africa. I want to mention that currently in the universities, the students are being oppressed, are being marginalized. They can't even raise their views in a democratical manner. The democracy here, even the SCC is not even acknowledged. You can even say that even in this part of the program, why is the SCC not part of the program? Why are we not putting young person there so that even us as young people, we can have hope that, but this country is taking us into consideration in all aspects. So I was saying, here in this university, in all the universities, I don't know what's happening. Here in this university, student political formations are not recognized. They can't even contest elections. There's lack of political education. There's lack of political consciousness. Therefore, that's why today is the foundations that are coming with the forward to chant a way forward for this country. Back then it was students, learners who took it to the street or who were engaged in that, but this can't be it. Here we are being oppressed. I don't know whether it's happening in other universities, but this is what is happening.
Okay.
The chief enabling officer, chief enabling officer, I want to give you a message to deliver to the president. We want this national dialogue to be a united national dialogue. DA, president must go back and engage DA in a very humbly and comrades. You must engage the DA because we need DA. We don't want to have a national dialogue that is going to be delegitimized after we consolidated everything. Even the AfriForum that is being mentioned there, AfriForum must form part. Even the part of the preparatory task team, they should be engaged to form part because they are part of the people of South Africa. Whether we like their views or not, they are part of the people of South Africa. So, and the influence of DA in this context must not be undermined. It's a very powerful political party in South Africa. So they must be engaged very properly and they must be convinced to form part of the preparatory task team or to form part of this national dialogue. Because we want this national dialogue to be something that is going to produce a result for the people of South Africa. And in the letter that the president wrote to John Steenhuisen, the Minister of Agriculture, he referenced the 1953 Workers' Revolution in East Germany, when the people were uprising, when the people were revolting against their government, that was taking the decision of policies that were not in their favor. So now the question that I'm asking, that is the only question. Should we expect the workers' revolution here in South Africa of East Germany if what we are discussing or if what we are proposing in this national dialogue is not being taken into consideration? Because a program director, please bear with me, in that letter,
You're taking a lot of time now.
the president is addressing this thing as just the recommendations. The chief enabling officer, he made a very powerful statement there that those are binding recommendations. These recommendations are going to even be bigger than parliament, be bigger than the courts, be bigger than the law. Because we believe that we're in the process of crafting a new South Africa, because the South Africa that we are currently living in, we are not proud of it. No, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Can we come this side? That was 5, 6. There's a new hand now that has come in here because it was 6, 7, 8. Okay, please be quick. No, the one with the mic already. Please be quick. I'm going to be very strict now, colleagues. More so that the challenge I'm having is that we seem to be listing a lot of problems rather than pointing the way forward. So can we just try and, address that
Okay,
aspect?
Thank you very much, Program Director. The clarion call has been heard. I'm going to be precise regarding your plea. My name is Pule Mokhorosi. I'm an educator and a clinical engineer by profession from a small town called Bloemhof. I just want to highlight few things. And I had a plethora of questions, but given the concern, I'm going to keep it very simple. One, in terms of administration and politics, I suggest and strongly recommend everyone here to go and read Woodrow Wilson, 1880-87. His speaks clearly about admin and politics, where these two things must never be combined. It's an invitation to the rest of the House. And I also want to say this to the panel. I'm one person who believes that having a discussion or a cross-pollination of ideas is important. But sometimes we deliberate so much to a point of no return. I so feel and wish that I can put it now to all of you that South Africa, if there was a competition of ideas, they will win hands down. Because we are forever talking, but we never bring these things forth. And I invite all of you again to go and read Africa Agenda 2063 and focus on 7 aspirations that are stated there. I can tell you now, without thinking twice, whatever the dialogue will discuss will speak back to those 7 aspirations. I'm urging also those who are involved there, go and benchmark. Rwanda is waiting for you. That country is functional. You go to see ICT, technology-wise. You go and look at the stats. I just have a few stats here, but I'm not going to waste your time with the numbers. But I'm urging you, channel that money elsewhere. We are forever coming here graduating. I've got 3 qualifications. I've been kept 3 times there, and the last one was an MBA. So I'm talking from experience and from a position of knowledge in a strategic position. Now, coming to health and education, I'm giving you solutions now. NHI is a problem, and solution is telehealth, telemedicine, digital transformation. And I'm always hearing people talking, Chief, what is happening? But they are not doing anything because they don't understand the dynamics of how these things function. I'm going to move to education now. There's what we call problem-based learning and project-based learning. These are the 2 fundamentals of any education. I was listening to my colleague there talking about agriculture and the curriculum not being aligned because we don't know what is happening as a country. And now we want to come here and discuss and be pompous and talking about what needs to be done. And I'm not even referring to the panel by being pompous, but I'm just putting an preempt there. But I'm saying, let's go back and revisit all these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, next one, quick. No, but you're giving mics to people that I've not recognized. It's not correct. We're disadvantaging those who had actually indicated to speak before. Can you give the mic to the one who was behind you? We'll come back to you, sir. I don't think it's fair to jump, where other. Sorry for that.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Bokos Matonsi. I'm attached to...
Can you speak a bit louder?
Yes. 1, 2, 1, 2. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Bokos Matonsi. I am attached to this beautiful Northwest University. I heard you very clearly when you said that you were looking for solutions. And of course, we appreciate, the idea of the national dialogue. Understandably, the purpose of this exercise is to find solutions to social ills as well as government problems or governance problems. Perhaps a fundamental question should therefore be asked to say, are these new problems that we're talking about? If these are not new problems, my guess is that solutions are already in the public domain. And very interestingly, the panel is looking for the very same solutions that have already been provided. Take, for example, similar engagements that have been rolled out in terms of participatory democracy. Want to talk about public participation? These people sitting here participate in these issues. Your IDP, your LED processes, presidential imbizos. Our own Vice Chancellor here leads a team of capable researchers who have proposed solutions, key significant solutions, in the form of research outputs. Are we therefore saying that none of these platforms have therefore created or suggested solutions to these persisting problems that we're talking about? My question, therefore, in conclusion, Chair, would be to say, to what extent does, therefore, the national dialogue take into account these already mentioned solutions that have already been put forth? Thank you very much.
There's the hand right up there, right at the back.
No, thanks very much, Chair. I am Gambu Lerato, a former student leader, but I rise as part of the strategic dialogue group in the Northwest. I've got maybe about 3 points that I want to share this morning.
Just quick.
I think that the first one, the latter speaker had touched on. It's the question as to whether do we have an active citizenry as a country. All the platforms that the latter speaker had mentioned, if you look at them, you'd realize that our people do not participate. The recent being the review of the white paper on local government. Amongst the speakers, there was Mr. Musiani, whom I know personally that has raised and written extensively about the review of local government. But hypothetically, in this room, one can conclude that a lot of us do not really participate in the call for participation on review of all these things, including the IDPs. The second point that I want to touch on, it's around the politics of our country. We've got political parties that have managed to get to parliament without any form of a plan or a manifesto rather. It's because of, in our country, our politics are politics of personalities. Majority of us came into this platform wanted to talk to the TM, to President Thabo Mbeki. And a lot of people went out of the room realizing that President TM was not here. And that is an indicator of the politics of our country. If a popular individual comes with an idea of what seeks to benefit the country, the likelihood is that that person will be followed. In reference is the letter that has been written this morning or either yesterday by the Democratic Alliance, putting the idea of a national dialogue squarely in the foot of President Thabo Mbeki. And the question that they are asking is quite relevant. And the question says, as an activist of the ANC, I am also concerned about, is the ANC losing elections a national crisis, or rather constituting a national crisis? It is something that as we go back, maybe in our own fora as members of the ANC, we'll go and discuss. The last point, Chair, that I want to talk to is the fact that you are having the government of national unity, which many of the speakers have said, we have actually put the cart before the horse. We have a panel. The panel seeks to have solutions from the people. Our approach should have been us having to go on a research or rather fact-finding mission to understand what are the problems of society and come out with proposals. We are a 60 million population country. Do we really think that all our people will make an input into the national dialogue? It will still go back to those who are elected to be the ones that drive the agenda of the people. So we must be able to detect that, for example, the Freedom Front through its minister, Kone Melda, they are proposing corporal punishment. It's within the context of the government of national unity that an individual raises something that he precisely knows that is not government policy. I am hoping for the best for the national dialogue. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. The lady up there, behind the cameras.
Thank you, Chair. The following questions are from our online audience watching. One is from Happy Mkolisi, who's asking, what if people don't want the national dialogue? The second question is from Wade O'Donoghue, who's asking, what we demand in terms of the products are not the same as most of our people can supply. Yet everyone must eat. Wouldn't it relieve stress of poverty to empower people to grow their own food? The third question is, what is the view of the panel regarding the white paper on localist government and steps needed to enable communities to have the power to repair and invest in their own infrastructure? Our last questions before I get to the suggestions is from Ms. Zanele Sidliki, who's asking, how can South Africa and or the Northwest University apply a proactive approach to our nation's problems while being time sensitive? Changes Changes happen rapidly, but it seems we have a slow reaction to problem identification and resolution. And then a few comments and suggestions, and perhaps for the Northwest University Vice Chancellor, the online audience are of the view that the Northwest University has the credibility, reach, and rootedness to become a national anchor for action, research, leadership development, and community development. And they propose that the Northwest University establish a Center for Adaptive Governance and Relational Leadership.
Thank you very much. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to change tack. Yeah, no, I've seen the hands. I just wanted to change tack a little bit. I used to be a student leader years ago. And one of the things was to find a way of ensuring that you manage the situation. I've seen that in some instances, there is a repetition of issues that have been raised. So what I wanted to do before I come to the colleagues who would be the last ones, on this side, to see if there is any urgent, matter that anyone in the panel would just like to react to, bearing in mind what, Max said, that will not be able to actually, respond really, but maybe there could be comments on one or two of the issues. Any? Or you find that we actually go to the rest and then you can tackle everything? Okay, sure. We'll start from the back and come right down here. Okay, let's have the hands. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Good day. My name is Julie Neumann, and I am a grade 7 student from Potchefstroom Central School. I have one question. I have seen that in schools there are many language classes going from English, Afrikaans, and in some other schools, we have language such as French and German. Setswana and languages such as it are not very commonly taught in schools, and if they are taught for a limited time. But languages such as English and Afrikaans and so on are taught for a longer amount of time mostly, causing that some of my Setswana-speaking peers have trouble writing and reading in languages such as Setswana. I believe at least 3 South African languages should be taught alongside the others. How can university help with this? Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2.
Hi, this is Sanya Neumann. I am not South African, so I beg your forgiveness that I'm actually taking...
No. Just speak.
Okay, but I've been here 10 years, and I've been as a student, and I have my daughter as a student now, so I feel quite involved. And then I also feel like I owe to contribute positively to the solutions wherever I can. So I already know that there are quite many people actually exposed to problems, and I know that everyone talks in South Africa about, tiringly about how bad everything is, but I just want to give you an opinion from outside of South Africa, how actually good you look, especially the current political situations in Europe and everywhere. And then my solution is that, as a mother, I would like to know if university can do more with the contribution of municipalities. I understand Mr. Mbogwana's saying not involved in government, but the municipalities and the cities have important, actually, I can't find the right word now, sorry. Not mission, but obligation towards every citizen. So this is the place, and the universities too. We educate, we are educated, we feed ourselves, we feed others with the things. So this is the place, the hub, where actually the South Africans can unite. All I hear here in South Africa, how you are differentiated from each other, and I see only little how can you actually unite. So, I mean, we have so little done from the municipalities, but I'm not here to blame them. I just want to know, how can university use not his, her, or theirs, like strength to get municipality into projects which can fill people's stomachs, which can fill their minds with positive ideas and make them active citizens. Like, I mean, how can, with the history of Potchefstroom, how can someone from Ikageng, or how can a cleaning lady, how can someone who can't find a place at the university because it's expensive, make themselves heard, make themselves feel they are respected in the streets of Potchefstroom? So, I mean, why can't we fill the streets with the different languages in Setswana, Afrikaans, English, about the history as a human being, as a species, unites us, about the agriculture we talk about. Agriculture, I know from my husband, it's just being done in Africa since 1,000 years, since just, I mean, they have research of it. I know that they have urban planning at the university. I know that the agriculture, Prof. Nomali is here, is already into those research and then outreach programs. So we can do much more. I mean, university can provide the education, and municipality can open the unused land, and people can already start producing and maybe selling. And I believe when people have full stomach, they are more inclined to listen and to be more active in a positive solution plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to number 3, down here below the cameras.
Thank you very kindly. My name is Bonile Nongwenga, and I'm a candidate here in Northwest University in Masters. I have one comment and one question. I did a course in political science, and in my first year, we asked a question in politics: on whose benefit is a matter, going to be? We ask as a question of interest to say who's going to benefit where there is something like a national dialogue. So I think we need to also, caution the national dialogue as well. It might be a good idea, but on whose benefit? Or secondly, it might masquerade as if it's for the benefit of the country, whereas it's for the benefit of an individual. That's just on the basis of just a comment that I want to make. On the second one is the question. Let's accept that there are no ulterior motives to the national dialogue and we move forward. There is something that we need to think through, which is the contradictions of the voices. When you go to people, there are different voices that people have. Sibanye Gold has a voice. The voice is profit. Us as individuals, we have a voice, and the voice is humanity, that government, as we vote for the people in office, they should be able to allocate the resources accordingly or equally, to us. So those are two contradictory voices. So I want to ask as to, in this national dialogue, when you are met with such contradiction, how do you then be able to take a posture, that favors both, contradictory voices? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 4 was that side. Oh, yes. Number 4, no, the lady with the, I'm not sure whether it's beige or white. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to greet everybody. My name is Dimakato Babe. I'm coming from the Civil Society Unmuted Coalition, South Africa.
And when this National Dialogue Program was given, or was talked about, it was when we, as a civil society, we said, "Khatfo, we are unmuted." I'm so sorry for the language. I would love to come with a reflection to say, this should be citizen-driven. But I'm skeptical if then I don't know, if maybe it's a language thing, the citizens are driven or we are taking the driving seat. Because it's so funny how then the people that are making a budget, when the budget was out, then there were people already that are supposed to be in the panel. Before I make my solution, can I come to this? When the Freedom Charter was actually made, my granny was there in Cape Town. When the women's march from Wynberg, my granny, another granny was there marching, and women were there. When then in 1976, the youth were marching in Soweto, youth were there. And in 86, finally, when I was marching and didn't write my matric, youth were there. And just making a reiteration for what the woman said, the representation there in the panelists is questionable. To say it's only patriarchy that we are saying. And can we not see the repetition of that when we're going now to be engaging, because we're thinking the rollout is in August, as you're saying. And that's a few weeks ago, just a few weeks to come. Can I kindly ask that citizens should not be driven, but they should be driving these dialogues, and they should be well represented. And like everybody's concerned is who tends to benefit? Is that the politicians that are making the final decision when it comes to the budget? Because then somebody said, and I love it from the panelists, to say, when you are fed, after this, when you are waiting for the lunch, then we'll have to soothe our talk to make sure that we get the lunch. Can I say, for the benefit of South Africa that is in this state, can we do the right thing and let the citizen lead this discussion and let them be heard? And can we really make sure that after all this discussion, South Africa, we've got a better South Africa to live in? Thank you.
The one next to her.
Good morning. My name is Wangile Tebele. I'm a member of Ikageng and a member of SASCO, and also the Young Communist League of South Africa, the district deputy chairperson. I want to participate in this program due to the fact that I live in the location. And what I see in the location is very devastating. But firstly, what I want to say, there's a Roman proverb where it says, when an emperor sees that there's going to be a revolution, he takes the people in the circus to play. So I tend to believe that this dialogue is just a circus because of, the problems that you are having. When I grew up, there used to be an elderly uncle who is called Matibe. He had shops around locations. Now his shops are close around locations, and we see people who are from other countries, who are Pakistanis, who are taking over. Then we have to say we demand jobs from the government, of which it is not fine, because of we cannot only demand jobs from the government, but we must also create jobs. And what I want to entail it is that we must understand that there are oligarchs within this vicinity who are closer to the people who are in power. And because of they are closer to people who are in power, they are having a virtue of benefiting in this whole demise of the problem that we are having. And when I speak to the youth, I don't want to speak to the youth in this type of a perimeter, because of, I think, the youth of 1976 didn't speak in this type of perimeter. They stood up under the trees and they revolt against the states. And I also want to refer to Nelson Mandela to say, when the ANC government did to you what the apartheid government did to you, do what you did to the apartheid government. And the other thing that I want to entail it is that they know the solutions, but they are not willing to implement. And I also want to cut across local government. When we cut across local government, you see that the Ikageng vicinity, we are having around 22 informal settlements. And when you check with those 22 informal settlements, NERSA increases its electricity rate to say we are increasing it by 18%. And when it comes to the council have to accept to say we cannot increase the electricity with 18%. We can only increase it with 12%, and we will pay this in order to cover for the people so that they cannot be overburdened. We are going to a situation, to a point whereby people are no longer going to afford electricity where it is available. But previously the electricity was not available and it was affordable. Now it's available, is becoming unaffordable. And we must get into that. How can NARSA do such a thing to our people, whereby there is unemployment, there is no business opportunities? And what I want also to understand, there are 22 municipalities within a Northwest province. And all of their budget does not cut across 34 billion. And when you see the city of Joburg, its budget, 2025-2026 budget, it is around 89 billion. So you ask yourself, I'm talking only to one metropolitan city. I didn't mention the other one. And we are having 22 municipalities, and you think that Northwest will flourish if we are having a budget of 2.2 billion, whereby we are having people who are not being able to afford basic service delivery as it is entrenched in the section 152 of the Constitution, that there must be uninterrupted service provided to the citizens or to the community. And what I want to add is to this institution. This institution is very depressing for a black child. I was here, I was studying here, and I revolt against it, even on the hostels, because of they know. We know that in the hostels, if you don't know Vice Chancellor, there is this thing in the hostels. I used to stay in Ratau, where they call it Pa and Sien Dag. And then they will come, when they come with their parents. By the way, my parents will not come here and just spend a day with me here. And sometimes I will stay there when it is Pa and Sien Dag. They will get drunk, and after getting drunk, they will call us kefas. So this institution also, we are in this problem because of this institution, we must talk about the history of this institution. We must not just see it. When Tosha started this institution, Tosha's used biblical stories to oppress the black people. We must know the history. And we cannot address the national dialogue without understanding our history. And when we understand our history, program director, I have to participate in this problem.
No, I've given you enough chance. I think one has to be fair.
Okay.
Please round up.
When I want to round up, program director, thank you very much, program director. What we demand as the youth, we demand that the first thing that must be legislated is that these people who are in parliament, who are having medical conditions of being old or somehow, they must live at the age of 60. The youth must be in parliament. Because we are very slow, nothing is being implemented, everything is on hold, because we don't see any difference. And to the advocate, I want to say that on the tenure of President Thabo Mbeki, he held a 2/3 majority. The ANC held 2/3 majority. And nothing never changed, and I don't think that after this dialogue, anything will change. Why can Helen Zille blatantly go outside and say, if the ANC dismiss all the ministers of the economy will strive? How can such a person say that? Then we say we have resolved the issues of race, we have resolved the issues of the economy, we have resolved the issues of inequality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go across there. 1, 2, 3. Colleagues, you're making it difficult now. There are hands that are just springing up, you know. But okay, fine, I will limit them. So let's just agree to that. I'm going to limit the time that you speak. Yes, it's not nice, but I think when you become fair, people then take advantage of that. I don't think it's fair to the other speakers. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Butle Mutlomi, and I can't quite speak on what Northwest University and its politics because I go to Wits, but I would assume that we have the same issues because we live in the same country. But I would like to make a suggestion specifically to youth unemployment, and I think that coming from Wits, there's a lot of obviously extremely intelligent people. You can't be in university and not be intellectually sound. But a big problem is not that we are in university to be skilled in certain jobs, but the problem is that a lot of people don't know what skills they need to go into the labor force. And once they do get those degrees and they go into the labor force tells them that they are lacking in said skills, and so they can't find jobs. So I would like to use Mr. Richard's company as an example. I think a way we can counteract that is through internships and not just, because internships are a thing, but making them more publicized. Because the people I know that have internships, it's more of a hush-hush gatekeeping thing is how you get them. So I think it's important for companies in the public sector and the private sector to go to universities directly to these people and say, this is the need that we have in our company and we need these kinds of people to fill it. And I'm not too sure what goes on in the mining sector, but not just making those internships for engineers, but in all parts of the machine that is your company, to go to people that do logistics, communications, admin, all those people, and giving them the opportunity to work alongside the people that do their jobs to make your company what it is, to equip those people with the skills that they need to go into the labor force, that even if they don't work for you, they can go out there and create their own companies and take those skills that you taught them, that you enrich them with, and work alongside you. I think that's also what's going to help with our economy. And if they do decide to work for you, you have the opportunity to build skilled workers that are preferred to what you want them to do, if that makes sense. But also counteracting that, even if you do go and these skilled workers create their own jobs, it's important for the government to subsidize and make it important to fund young companies that these young professionals are trying to do in terms of, like, let's say, for example, tenders. That I know in Potch and the Northwest, it's a big problem where it's understandably that when the government gives a tender, they want a company that is reliable, that they know will give them a good job, but then you can't keep giving the same people the same jobs because that's not really helping. So even if you do prefer to do that, I think it should be compulsory that, let's say your company gets allocated to do a job, that you take a smaller company that works alongside you so that you can empower that company to grow economically and create job opportunities for the people within the community while you're also still making money, you know, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Can you just hold the mic? No, give it to the lady who's been running with the mic. Yeah, you. Just hold it with you. Just hold it with you. I'll just try and manage something here, just using the prerogative as the chair, and then we come back. I really would like the panel to pick up key issues. I'm just concerned the audience is thinning out. I think it would be fair that they listen to some of the issues you raise. VC, there are a number of internal university operational issues that I'm hoping that the university will create a platform to engage on those. So I'm just requesting that in your engagement, you then engage in the ambit of the engagement about the national dialogue, because I presume that this is not the only engagement that the university would have now as a university on its own, you know. I just don't want us to be caught up on internal organizational culture issues that may not necessarily, that would necessarily have a a platform created for the internal stakeholders that actually have to engage with that. But I would like to give the panel just to comment on the number of issues. I've got about 40, issues that have been raised here, so that we can be able to. There is a roving mic. Maybe we can start with you, Max. There's a mic behind you. If you can just tackle any of the issues there. Those that have been tackled, no, give it to him. Those that have been tackled, I don't think colleagues will necessarily have to cover those again. Just pick up on those that would not have been dealt with. Okay, over to you, Max. Maybe come here.
Chair, thank you very much. There's people calling me outside, that's why I needed to jump first. But really, thank you very much for this robust engagement. It's clear that this process must be fearless, and nobody must censor themselves in dealing with these matters. The issues we're raising are individual pains, family pains, collective and community pains. So this is not a platform to move back in those issues. And I think that's critical, and that's what we have learned in this process. But I think there must be also a particular approach in terms of how we engage. Let's refuse to engage as victims. None of us are victims. The cause of this country, when the liberation movements were defeated, and it was very unclear where we're going, it took Bani Pijana and Steve Biko to say, we'll put together a 2-page document that says, we blacks. And these were 22-year-olds, and they refused to be defined as victims. There is no country that is built by victims. And I think we need to understand, whilst we're at university, we are part of a privileged society. And to be a privileged person carries with you particular burdens. And those are the burdens of engagement. Those are the burdens of agency that you must carry. Those are the burdens of coining, designing, and developing solutions for yourselves and for future generations. And I think that's just the one issue I thought I needed to raise. The second thing is, all of us, colleagues, we must take ownership of this process. The problems of South Africa are no longer somebody else's problems. The solutions are no longer going to come from somebody. The solutions must come from us. One of the key things I thought we may end up with the colleagues from the SRC is to say, shouldn't we have our own national dialogue forum here that will continuously engage on these issues, and that in that process we are able to take ownership of what is unfolding in our country. It's a very, very important matter that is taking place. It's not an illusion. It's not a trick. It's something that my other sister there says, there are certain people sitting somewhere and say we are hurtful. And I think that's a state of many South Africans. And I think when people say this is how we feel, I do not think that cynicism is the only response to that. I think engagement is what is critical when something like that we are facing. The question of the budget, I heard a lot there was about how expensive the process is. There is no budget. We've been working for 9 months with no budget. I pay for myself to be here, Betsy and everyone. We've paid for ourselves to be here. We have been engaged with quite a lot of people that we've been working with. Each one of them have been paying for themselves because we say this is our responsibility. If I can't pay, I will sit on Facebook and use Twitter to popularize and raise these issues. Each and every one of us has got a capability to do something. The reason many people say here we are oppressed and we are undermined is because we allow it. This is the process to say we're no longer going to hand over our agency to anybody else. Colleagues, we are at a university. And Bongani, for instance, raised a number of issues. And we expect university to respond to matters like that. But there's a colleague that says, let's avoid talking persons. Let's engage the issues. I mean, for instance, they raised very important issues. One of the issues that is being raised is the issue of the TRC. I'll be very, very happy to come back here and engage on the TRC. Practically, the work that we have done in the TRC, practically, why certain people were not prosecuted. I'm quite happy to engage in that, and that many of you will remember President Mbeki was not a director of national prosecutions or something like that. But there are certain things that are very clear what has happened in many of those instances. And those things are not in the populist journalism that you see. We've got a reality of colleagues that were involved that refused to prosecute one another. And that's a reality. We mustn't run away from that. I would like to engage the colleagues here that do something about international affairs. When Bongani raised the issue of liberal policies, I would like to have a debate about what is liberal about path to power, what is liberal about ready to govern, what is liberal about the RDP, what is liberal about gear. I'm quite happy to come back because that's not asked in this context. But I think it's a subject that I think correctly the students must be interested in so that we don't rely on one-liners because we need to talk correctly what is neoliberalism. Understand what Marx says this, what Adam Smith says this, and look at the documents in front of us and see if they are consistent with the labels that we are putting. But that's not a time for that. The question about the state-owned enterprises, we need to have a very serious discussion about the role and the importance of state capital in a country where you need state capital, as one colleague was saying, to make sure that you balance with private capital and you do certain things that you can't do with respect to to private capital. But those are the things, colleagues, that we can discuss beyond this meeting. When Mahlangu says progress is as important as the pace of progress, I think that's very important. I think ourselves here, we must take over the pace of this process and make sure that at the end, it doesn't deliver the results for any of the elites to continue their domination over us. And if they do that, it's because we allow them to do it. And the point is, we are here to make a call. We are here to say, we understand, all of us, as we were saying, we can list all of these problems do exist. But in the end, colleagues, we're talking to privileged people who must answer a question, because I'll be very worried, VC, if we are unable to answer this question. Why in this country with so many economic problems, we are not producing people that can provide economic solutions? The university must answer that question. In this country with so many political problems, we must answer the question why we can't produce political scientists here that can help us solve our problems. There's a huge complaint about the municipalities. Out of our 257 municipalities, only 34 got clean audit, 0 in this province. Why are we not engaged on these issues of governance and the issues of finance, and we come out here and say, why are we not providing solution to these issues? So colleagues, it's really our call here is to call for agency beyond victims. And the country will be changed by change agents that are very interested in progressive ideals, not victims. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I thought, as the host, I must just go straight to the issues that were raised that are connected to education and skills and the university itself. And I've noted what was said on the skills relevant to the economy and curriculum reformation or review. I think that is something that is beyond any doubt. That the alignment between what our economy needs as skills and what institutions teach. And Mahlangu, again, we reference you now as a thesis. Mahlangu said it quite clearly. 51 billion is spent on NSFAS, and the qualifying criteria is just simple. You must be below 350,000 in a household. We don't care which career you choose, which degree you choose, we'll fund you. That is a serious misappropriation. We must just agree to that. But you see, we must go back to how was that agreed in 2016, 17, Mahlangu, you were a part of the movement, fees must fall, right? But the decision to do that, to say we're going to fund free education regardless of this and that, was done overnight, as you know. It was a political decision. No vice chancellor was consulted. There was a hear-her commission that had recommended otherwise. But the then president decided to go the other way, and what is happening now? We're still on that path. So a lot of reform is needed on the NSFAS. We hear that in Parliament every day. The minister is talking about that. We're not going to be able to afford everyone who comes in now suddenly will have to cap how many students NSFAS funds, because the reality of the situation is that the fiscals cannot carry this load. Therefore, we need to go back and say, what does our economy require? What skills? And then we can fund that. And ultimately, those that are funded will then find jobs and contribute back to the economy. It's just a simple, cycle that needs to be put straight. So that's one of the things I thought I must respond to. The other thing was the question about nuclear, of course. The student asked because they know I like nuclear. Of course, the Northwest University is the only university in the country that has got a nuclear engineering program here in Potchefstroom, and also a nuclear science and technology center of excellence in Mahikeng campus. Now, those of you who may not be aware that I'm a nuclear engineer, we've been advocating to government, and that connects to the question of the affordability of electricity that was raised here. We've been advocating to government that part of solving the energy deficit and what former Minister Mandasha called energy poverty is for us to build, on top of everything, nuclear power plants. We know countries that have got nuclear power plants. Not only do they have enough electricity, but the nuclear power program itself creates a value chain of jobs in the process. Now, one of the things that I agreed very, very much with President Zuma on was deciding on building nuclear power plants. But as we know, that process did not go well because of court challenges. But I'm glad that Minister Ramokgopa is bringing it back in line so that we can have more nuclear energy produced in the country, and then hopefully cheaper energy. That will definitely add more energy on the grid, which we can export, and therefore bring the prices of electricity down. But yes, the answer is we can train more nuclear engineers in this university. Going back to I saw another question on the language policies and so on. I agree with you. I think at the back there, I agree with you. The university has deliberately decided that whilst we have this campus in particular as an original Afrikaans medium of instruction, we've agreed now to make it a multilingual. But not only that, not just multilingual. When we say multilingual, we don't mean English and Afrikaans. We're saying we want to put more money in developing other indigenous languages, Setswana and Sesotho in the Van der Bijl Park campus, Setswana in Mahikeng and here. So the University Council, and Moruti Tlhabanyane is here, has approved that more than 3 years ago, and we're putting a budget towards developing it. In addition, we're speaking to the government of Botswana, because, can you believe it, we are in a serious deficit now of lecturers in Setswana, because nobody is interested. So the government of Botswana across the border is saying, let's work together to develop more academics in Setswana so that we can resuscitate. We are a Northwest province which was original and majority Setswana speaking. We can't have a situation where we don't have teachers of Setswana, because this is the indigenous language of this province. So the university is putting money towards that. About development finance, Ntate Maupa, he's gone, Martin. I take it, we need to consider that in our business school, because you are right, the universities in the Cape and in Gauteng have a program in development finance, which we don't have at the Northwest University Business School. And I see some of our professors are here. Prof. Paul was here. They will, and Professor Liesel van Dijk is here, the Dean of Engineering. They will take these issues forward, because for us, Chair, this is not just the national dialogue. We also would like to use the feedback and the input we get that concerns the university, even the internal issues you speak about. We don't want to shy away from that. We want to we'll take it on the chin. The comrade at the back there, I think he said he's from the Young Communist League. Is he gone now? He's still there, yes. No, we acknowledge the challenges you raise. And I can assure you that from the time you left the university until today, if you look back at the efforts we've put to deal with some of these issues that we've raised, you will appreciate that we've in fact made very, very good progress. But of course, you know, these things have been ingrained over time, and we need to deal with them systematically, at the same time being fair to everybody as we do this kind of redress. So our policy is very clear. This kind of racism that you are referring to in our hostels or residencies is something that we frown up very much against. And those that we find in contravention are definitely disciplined and taken through very, very serious processes. But we acknowledge that it's not completely gone. You're correct in saying it still exists, and I think there was a lady there who said that. We hear there are snippets of it that still exist, and we're dealing with it. Professor Balia is also here, the campus DVC of Potchefstroom campus, and we are quite aware of some of these things. And our house parents in residencies understand that council has put a zero tolerance on some of those practices that you mentioned. I don't want to repeat it again, but we have a zero tolerance against those practices. And whoever is found wanting, in all likelihood, we suspend, and once found guilty, they are expelled from the university. We cannot have 31 years into a democracy, a situation where we allow festering racism in our residencies. So I just wanted to be very direct with the response on that. The last part, Matlang, we've raised very important things, and I wish you write to the Secretariat of the dialogue, because a lot of things that you've put there are quite important, and I don't want to repeat them, but some of them concerns the university, and you know we can engage in that. But the teacher, the agricultural science teacher, I am in your corner. I agree with you 100%. I hope, again, the secretary, remember, the university is a facilitator and a host. We are not owning the process, but we also want to be a contributor to the process. But the issue of agriculture, and you said agriculture-focused schools in the province. I mean, you go to the Eastern Cape. The Eastern Cape has quite a number of those, because they realize that agriculture is part of their, their ecosystem. So here in the province, we definitely need to be deliberate about that. I fully agree with you. You would have read that the university has recently launched what we call the Northwest Agri-Hub in collaboration with the Provincial Department of Agriculture. The Agri-Hub is based in our farm in Mulilwane, in Mahikeng, and it will start to operate now. We had budget, of course, you know, there was a budget approval issues in Parliament, but finally the budget was passed. The MEC has assured us that now budget will be made available. The university is going to make the budget available. So we will be doing a lot of work in the Agri-Hub, including also looking into the issues of resuscitating the agricultural schools in the province. Because if we recognize in this dialogue today that two most important economic activities in the province are mining and agriculture, then it defeats all logic that we should only have two agriculture schools, agricultural high schools in the province. It goes against logic. So that is a very important point, and we take it to heart. There's a lot I can respond to, but I think in the interest of time, Chair, I must stop here, and thank you very much for the opportunity to respond.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'll also just try and group a couple together rather than responding, but let me first say what a pleasure to be back in a university again, listening to fired up, energetic minds. It's fantastic. I miss it. So thank you. I just want to go back to the guidelines that were suggested for a dialogue like this and ask us all to listen to that carefully. Just focus on the issue, not the person. And the example I'm going to use here are SLPs, I think, where there were quite a few suggestions that mining companies are not delivering. The point was the mining company. I'm actually going to respond to you and say I agree with all of the issues you raised. So in fact, we're completely aligned, but let me unpack that. I think the second point was talk, don't walk. A couple have walked. I think it's talk, don't walk, not talk, then walk. This is an engagement. And then I think the act of listening. So, you know, the SLPs that have been raised, for those who aren't aware of it, it's called a social and labour plan. And how that works, for example, is mining companies are told by governments, you will take X% of what you make and you will spend a certain amount in training, you will spend a certain amount in infrastructure, you will spend a certain amount here. There's not a choice there. We're told that's what you must spend. What happens then is when it comes to infrastructure, you've got to go back to government and say, this is where we're going to spend our money, and they agree or disagree. So what tends to happen is where communities may want that money spent is not where government allows you to spend it, because you end up facilitating what government has not been able to do themselves that they should have done in terms of infrastructure. What happens is in terms of training, and I think that's the specific example that was used by a gentleman, we have mines that are closing, but we're forced to train people in skills to go into those mines, but that mine is closing. So we're developing skills that are not needed. As a result, we've actually refocused those funds somewhere else to develop skills which we don't have, but hopefully will facilitate jobs somewhere else. These are real issues. The fact that SLPs are not delivered on is often because of other legal or regulatory constraints. So many of these issues that have been raised with us, I think you'd be surprised to know that I actually agree with you. And the question in a dialogue like this is, how can we do this better? We heard about leadership, and maybe just to prompt it, I'd challenge you. I think the challenge was put to you, what we want in leadership. Start with the 3 E's. I think you mentioned the one, energetic, ethical, enabling. That's what we want out of our leaders. If we as a mining industry could be held accountable and not told exactly how to spend our money everywhere all the time, because it doesn't always work like that, but be told this is what we expect from you. Now you go and work out how best to do it and we'll hold you accountable. Would that not allow us as stakeholders to work better together to define what's actually needed rather than being given strict guidelines, policies, regulations by a government? These are the type of solutions I believe that can come out of this dialogue and already have stimulated my mind today. Issues like money not going into Rustenburg, we don't put enough into Rustenburg. Those solutions exist elsewhere in the world. We pay tax that go into national government. I can tell you our operations in the US, a third of their tax goes straight into the state in which those mines are based. Why are we not introducing that here? What would that do for a province like the Northwest? I think I just once again would like to welcome the comments on education, equal opportunity. Those are such critical comments and completely aligned with it that were made by so many people here. And aligning business who knows what needs they need in terms of skills. I can tell you every major business has got one of their biggest risks, a skill shortage. Yet we hear today how many people have skills and don't get jobs. How do we align that problem with business, with education facilities, and ultimately incentives in terms of developing people with the necessary skills? So from our side, I'd just like to say once again, thank you very much. I actually thoroughly enjoyed listening to this. It's given me a lot of food for thought. And I think if we do follow those key guidelines that were recommended in terms of a dialogue like this, I once again am extremely confident and hopeful that this can yield some real hard actions that can change the course of our economy and country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard, Visi, and Max. I will now call upon the chairman of the Strategic Dialogue Group, Professor Billy Ramokgopa. Not the Ramokgopa who runs electricity, but it's the other one. We had asked him to listen as the engagements were taking. No, just wait. We had asked him to basically listen as the issues were being raised, so that he could be able to reflect, where on the discussions taking place. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Malxole. And also thank you, all of you, first for honoring, this meeting and for being here and being very engaging. There is a lot that has been said here and a lot to reflect on. And for me, this is just further attestation that indeed we need a dialogue. Not just one, but multiple dialogues for us to address, what is going around in our country. And this is the responsibility that we cannot defer to anyone. And of course, may I further emphasize that it mustn't just be a dialogue. It must be an action-directed dialogue. So I really want to thank all of you for the valuable inputs. And of course, may I also thank and recognize the leadership of this university, Northwest University. I've been to the other one many times, and it always baffles as to how do we differentiate the two. But yeah, and I think we have not just created a space, a platform, but we've got this wonderful venue, which previously was never open to discussions of this nature, and also for people who most of those that are represented here. But also the fact that the university has sat here with us and is an active participant. For me, I think that is important. In the past and at many universities, universities have always been some ivory towers of some sort. Very much removed from the realities, removed from the people, untouchable, brilliant ideas, but ideas that wouldn't have any relevance, to what we are doing. I must say, I was looking at some of your posters. I like the fact that, our motto is the one about excellence in all our endeavors. I think that is so inspiring. And then I look at academic excellence, relevant graduates, vibrant students, value-driven, social response. For me, all those things, they tell a story. That there is a philosophy here, there's new thinking and so forth. So I really want to thank the university leadership for that. Professor Chobek, I've just been looking at your name, Bismarck. I said, this name, I think I heard it somewhere. And I remember that when I was doing history many years ago at secondary school, there was a Bismarck. And when I checked, indeed, all of you that would want to check, you'll find that indeed Bismarck was an important name in the history in the past. Now, of course, may I also recognize, the provincial leadership, Mamusoneri, who I believe was here or is still here, and also my fellow academics because I'm also from an academic environment, and then of course students and all my fellow panelists. And students in particular, for those that are here, actually I thought this place would be full with students. Somehow I'm disappointed with my fellow students. During my days, I want to make a declaration. And that declaration is that in my life, when I was still a young person, I was also a student activist, and I was also in the leadership of the student movement. And and I think the inputs that we've received here, that we listened to, from students who are here, talk very much to, what we used to debate and talk about an idealistic society and so forth, what needs to be done. And I must say that students played a very important role. The youth of that time, the lions, roaring lions of Oliver Tambo, and indeed people that contributed to bury apartheid. And I think we must carry on, but we need to realize that the moment is a different moment. Then we're in opposition, we had a target, that was against the people. Now, government and everything, all this now is within our hands, as Mandela said a while back. Now, the broader community of Tlokweng, people from Ikageng, I don't know, if we've got them represented here, but I must say that, our discussions and everything that we talk about, we need to think about those people that are in the worst conditions than anyone else. If the discussion of the dialogue, the discussions here are not going to talk about that, then I think we're going to leave many people behind. Driving here, there are lots of potholes in this town, lots of potholes. In a sense, I think they represent the moment that we are in. I know very well that these potholes are not only in this town, but these are the potholes that we have in our landscape across the country. Now, the SDG, the Strategic Dialogue Group, which I represent here, appreciates the strategic collaboration that we are striking with yourselves, the university, and all those others that are going to come on board. I know that there are some that have been pessimistic, thinking that this will be another talk show. And I can tell you it is only if we ourselves reduce it to a talk show that it will be a talk show. But it's important that all of us get that sense of agency that Mr. Bokwan was talking about. This must be a critical moment of action. And we need to be seen to be making our contribution. Now, I've spoken about my life as a student, as an activist, as a youth. Can I also make another declaration and say that, some, if not many of the problems that we are encountering today, we ourselves, my generation, we are the ones that are the creators of these problems, right? We had democracy in 1994, and what did we do? Many of us forgot about the people that matter the most. That is my generation. And I can tell you, some of those people might actually be sitting amongst us here. We need to do a serious introspection. Now, colleagues, this is a historic moment, especially for this university, Prof. Joveka. I think talking about the national dialogue, this is an icebreaker, because this is now the beginning of it. And I hope those that write history, as this process unfolds, are not going to forget that Professor Joveka, that the University of Northwest, right, that, the community of Tlokweng, it is the one that hosted, the first forum to debate about this. That must be noted. That is critical. Now, in dealing with this difficult situation, this moment, we need to recognize that our country is at a crossroads, and we are dealing with multiple crises. There's poverty of leadership, there's poverty in terms of effective solutions, there's a crisis of legitimacy, loss of trust, loss of confidence. Somehow we've betrayed the trust, and for many reasons that needs to be interrogated. But as we interrogate that, we mustn't point very far away from ourselves. I think it must start with each and every one of us seated here. In many ways, we've been complicit. Just as a starter, when we say we expect someone somewhere to do something, we expect so-and-so, government do that and that. You and that do that. Yes, there are people that are elected that are entrusted with this. But for that moment, right, when we give away, all that power and everything into the hands of few people, right, for them to be able to determine our own destiny, for them to decide as to what needs to happen next unchecked, this is where the problems come in. This is where we are complicit. We are not individuals who do not have brains. All of us, those that are seated here and those that are outside there, all of us, we've got an opinion. And there are many people who are talented, experienced, and so forth. And that is the thing that where we failed. From government side, from authorities, to be able to, we failed, to harness, the value of other human beings. The human capital. We failed, to say, where's the expert, where is that talent, where are the implementers? There's one of the colleagues here that spoke about listening. Are we a listening government? Are we a listening people? And you find that in the main, we're no longer listening to each other. We're talking past each other. The government needs to reconnect. Those that are in charge need to reconnect with the people, listen to the people. Now, over this past week, it has been a story of 2 letters that I want to refer to. And you'll realize very soon why is it important. And this is going to emphasize the point that we need to look, as we look back where we come from, look around ourselves, look amongst ourselves, make that introspection, and listen. Listen to those that we respect, listen to those that we disagree with, and listen to those that we feel that they have got no contribution. And we'll be amazed how much they know better than us. Now, the 2 letters, the one from an octogenarian, an old man in his 80s, former president, who's retired but not tireless, who writes a letter, reminding us politicians in power, in government, who've got the power to change things, power to listen to other people, who turn around and say, this national dialogue means nothing. He reminds them that it is the very same people that put you there. It is the very same people that need to be given a chance to determine their destiny. And I think that letter is of historic importance. Now, there's another letter that some of you might have come across, written by a gentleman called George Harris, who's a principal of one of the top private schools in the country, that's Hilton Private School, who now writes to the parents at that school, reminding them they had a recent what we call sporting event, and there was a lot of, display of opulence and people, their richness and so forth, and he's reminding them that out there you've got many millions who do not have food, who do not have access to education. Can you be mindful, as you display your wealth and so forth? To me, I thought over this past 2 weeks, 2 people of significance have called all of us out and say, can we sit and think about our situation and about where we need to go to? Now, Chair, I said in the past I was a student leader, and as a student leader, activist, we talk too much. You must tell me when you feel that the time is. There are 4 more points that I still want to bring up that emanates from this discussion. Now, after the decades and centuries of conquest, subjugation, and the apartheid regime that we lived under, and the sacrifices that were made by many, 1994 brought a moment of hope. We saw a new democratic government coming in, but what has happened since? We've seen societal regression, a decline that is defined by the inefficient and ineffective government, decline in education, economy, municipal deliveries, and state capacity in general. And these are the things that we've brought up here in many ways. Now, we've become a society of many people who are demoralized, people who have lost faith in democracy. We've heard about more than 50% of people that were supposed to go and vote that decided not to go and exercise their rights. That shows despondency. That shows people that have given up on us who claim to be representing them. But what else have we seen, which is really dangerous, which I hope that a university like this one, that has been able to transcend from being one of the hotbeds of apartheid, to being a transformed university, to be the ones that lead in that. We've become a polarized society. We become divided. This society has become, defined by a rampant corruption. Of course, we've got the state of the economy that is on its knees. You've got unemployment and poverty and so forth. Now, this is a degeneration. And if we've got the right leadership, which must be derived from all of us seated here and many others that are not here, it will be important that we look at this moment and say, how do we now intervene here? The worst mistake is if we can wait and say that someone from a parliament in Cape Town or whatever will bring the solution. We've been deferring for too long. It's a critical moment. For 30 years, we have had this democratic state. And we have said we've got the best, constitution. It's a democratic state. We vote every 5 years and so forth. Right? We've got some of our brilliant, black, vice chancellors leading many of these universities. Some of us have been leaders in academic, departments and so forth. So there have been many breakthroughs. The fact that we're seated here now, it is just one example of a breakthrough. When I was the president of the Azanian Student Organization, a precursor of SASCO, we are represented on 168 campuses. But there were certain campuses that were no-go zones. This was one of them. There was what was called Raum. There's what was called the Free State. There was what was called Stellenbosch. Those were no-go areas. But I can tell you, when we started to talk about talks, it was Stellenbosch that broke the ice. And I hope that is going to be recorded in history, that one of the previously, areas where people were the most oppressed, broke the ice. And for me, it is important, it brings the value, the importance of institutions like these ones. They need to lead when it goes to issues like ensuring that polarization does not happen. Now, we've been able to produce some of the best of our best, right? We've done that, but is that enough? As we're doing that, there's also been distortions of democracy because there's been abuse of power. The resources have been abused, and that has dragged us and dragged us backward, and it has eroded our democracy. Now, this is what we need to arrest. This is what we need to reverse, and it is a national dialogue, at this point in time, that should create, that forum. We need to move with speed. We need to thrust in the right direction. And that direction must be determined by us. There have been diverse views here about the way we see things, but where we need to now recalibrate and reset, we must say that it stops with us. What is it that we are going to contribute? It was Lenin, one of the philosophers in the past, who said, a lot has been debated by philosophers, social activists. We've defined what the problem is. What we need to now work on now is what is it that we need to do at this point in time? That is a critical question. What is it that we need to do, and how are we going to do it? Who's going to do it, and when? I think at this point in time, we all agree that, yes, we've been able to build this democracy. We've got democratic structures, but we've reached a plateau phase where it seems like we've run out of ideas. It is important that all those with the expertise, with the talent, now we come up in a forum where we can be able to debate this thing. Now, as I conclude, I want to say that as we do this introspection and reflection and redirecting ourselves, and as we come up with a new vision, we need to know that this is not a preserve of a few, but that, the current moment, creates for us two paths, in essence. Those two streams, number one is that we can remain, moribund, pessimistic, complacent, selfish lot, allow the greedy few, the corrupt fellows, drive us into self-destruction as a country. And that will lead us to misery and everything else that we can talk about. We've seen it on this continent. We've seen it in the Middle East. We've seen it elsewhere, Haiti and so forth, that if people do not redirect themselves whilst it's given an opportunity, then you're squandering your chances. At other jurisdictions, people can no longer sit like this and talk. It is the guns, it is the bombs that are doing the talking. And we know that, that is not going to take anyone. Now, the second path is a path towards prosperity. And that needs more than government to work towards it. Universities, academia, all the people that have been defined to participate in the national dialogue, the priests, students, the youth, women, and so forth. We need to say, what is it that we can do that Singapore was able to do in few decades? Korea, Shanghai, which I believe that 30 years ago was the same as Alexander Township in Johannesburg. 30 years down the line, it is one of the best cities, What is it that they did that we can do, those Asian tigers? Now, the national dialogue becomes a safe space. It becomes a platform that will bring all of us together. And not only talk about what is the problem, but it must be action-orientated. As we talk, we must be dealing as to how do we deal with the problem in education? How do we make it relevant and actually get those that can implement, begin to work on that? This thing of sewage and waste running in townships and so forth in our streets, it is something that needs to be acted, not tomorrow, but now. Now, lastly, what is it that we need to do? As we talk, defining what is the problem, we need to say, how do we identify the implementers? We've got people that can do a lot of talking, but when you say, here's a spade, here's a shovel, do the work, they can't even fill a pothole. They can't even collect a garbage. There's garbage all over. People can't even collect, and yet we're paying so much municipal rates, taxes and other stuff. What is happening to all that? We need people that can be able to foster relationships, collaboration, business and other people, and people of substance. And we mustn't only identify those people, we must support them. We must make sure that those people are empowered to act, right? And that mustn't account to any dubious, corrupt elements. They need to be insulated from all that. And I can tell you, we can get the best of our best if we are going to sit back and watch at them perform like we're watching a movie. We're going to keep on regressing. Right? We must watch them, support them, and be part and parcel of that. And I think this is the mood as I see it being captured here. But lastly, again, is that, the national dialogue must go on. And I anticipate that, I expect that universities such as this one will begin to roll, many dialogues. That some of the departments will take it upon themselves and make sure that on a weekly basis, monthly basis, that there is some kind of dialogues. There are many things that we need to dialogue about. Education, the economy, municipal problems and how to deal with them and so forth. And I think these things are doable, right? If we don't rise up, we're going to fail. And we're going to be another Sudan, we're going to be another failed state and so forth. And it won't be someone else, political party that has failed. It will be us, the people of South Africa, that would have failed. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ramokgopa. I'm going to call Babu Mfunde Sotlabanyane to come and close the proceedings for us. I just want to leave you because you are a university community and its stakeholders. As the Strategic Dialogue Group, we've challenged all universities, all higher education institutions to define what kind of South Africa they are training and educating young people for. Let me repeat. On the 17th of June, I spoke to the vice chancellors. It's called USAF. Prof. Chobeka was out of the country then, but there was a representative from the Northwest University. Made a presentation on the national dialogue, much shorter than we did here, and we left them with a question. Please define what kind of South Africa are you training young people for? It's actually, a collection of all these questions that you've asked. We are not expecting universities to answer that as university management or academics. We are expecting you as young people, as students, to make sure that the responses that come of that are fed a lot by the young, because that South Africa is actually you. Let me thank you for having made it not very difficult to chair. It's very difficult to give Obabu Mahlangu here, enough space because they can talk, some of them are training to be pastors, and I'm not saying that a pastor is going to take. Pastor, over to you. Thank you very much.
I definitely need to indicate that I've never had an opportunity to be a student leader. Therefore, you should expect that I'll be very brief. I'm taking from what the previous student leaders have said. Indeed, there is a need to talk. As it has been presented here, if we avoid talking, it does not cause the issues to disappear. We will have to engage in a way of trying to resolve the issues. And if we can't resolve them through talking, we're going to have to resort to fighting. Faced with diversity that characterizes our nation, we should all agree that there's need to have a dialogue. Faced with the challenges that all of us have, we definitely need to agree that the this is the right moment to sit down and talk. When one sits here and listens to a whole range of ideas and thoughts that were shared here, it can only be through dialogue that we can have access to such thinking and such ideas, which makes everybody important in this process. Simple basis of diversity that we need to understand is that there are different characters. We're different, we think differently, we approach issues differently. And when we dialogue, when we have a talk, we're able to find each other. And it is for that reason that I need also to submit in my vote, giving my vote of thanks on behalf of the university, that the greatest challenge facing any leader is not to exit better than you came in. When those you claim to have led, you leave worse than you found them. Those are the challenges of every leader. When you exit your role of leadership, you should not be measured by how you playing as a leader improve your own personal life when those that you've been leading situations are worse. The pride of every leader should be, I leave them better, and I leave them having improved. And that is what will measure everyone as a good leader. The formation of this university as a unitary institution from three completely diverse institutions, different history, different background, was as a result of dialogue. And I must say, sometimes, today it was nice, it was good, but we know that in reality, when we talk, it can be very tough. It can be very difficult. And we know that sometimes dialogue can break. But I think as a nation, we should just vow that we will never allow this process to break. We should never deceive ourselves that we are on a dialogue to discuss romantic issues. We are dealing with national challenges, national problems. And I think it was a good thing that the university, through the leadership of our well-able principal and vice-chancellor, partnered with this process. Because one of the different things with academics is that they've got a way of approaching problems differently by not amplifying them, by not throwing them at others, but they will encourage their minds to conduct a research on a problem and come up with recommendations. So I believe, Mr. Chair, Prof. Chair, one of the other things that this university will contribute towards this process, it's not only interpreters, it's not only marshals, it's not only young people who will be doing all sorts of other duties, assisting the process to be successful. I believe one of the other things that we are going to do, and we are very fortunate that this happens at a time when we have a vice-chancellor who will definitely make it happen because we see him making it happen. We will definitely at some stage come up with a number of students reading their theses, their dissertations, having researched the problems that we're talking about, because we cannot all be crying. We must find amongst ourselves problem solvers. Allow me to thank Dr. Mathati as an able program director. Let me also thank the President for having approved that this process get underway. And I will encourage every South African who like this South Africa, this country changing, to participate in this process. We are not saying it's going to be a good journey. It's not going to be. But we should mature and grow above our differences and put the nation ahead of all of us. And believe that every other generation that leaves the best heritage, that measures its success, should not measure its success by how far it has gone, but how much it leaves for its next generation. So this life, we don't owe it to ourselves only, but we owe it to the next generation. And I believe if we have that in mind, we will forever and always work together, not nursing our emotions, not nursing our feelings, but working together to make sure that we leave the best for those that come after us. Appreciations to the MEC, Kinetu Musenuri, who has just left. I believe for other engagements, who is representing the Premier of the Northwest, Prof. Chobeka, for your thought-provoking word of welcome and remarks and the overview that we gave. Thank you very much, sir. And I have to also thank the university staff, the university student and university management present here right from the beginning up until now. We really appreciate how much you value this this process, because we are part of this province, we are part of this nation, and we are part of the problem that exists, and we are going to participate in solving this problem. We're not going to stand back, stand aside, and look at other people or expect other people to solve it for us. Advocate Bokwana, is it Bokwana? Am I correct, pronouncing it correct? Thank you very much. The CEO of Thabo Mbeki Foundation, with your approach to the challenge that we have. And allow me to say also the dangerous approach that you presented, that you are going to provoke us. You know, provoke people can be very dangerous. But I believe you had trust in the audience that you were addressing when you presented that. Tate Mike Thabo, an alumni of this university, thank you very much for your presentation. And thank you very much for your continued partnering and association with the institution. But most importantly, for what you presented this morning, we just want to thank you for that. Ndate Richard Stewart, thank you very much for your presentation. You raised hope. There's a part of the scripture that says, faith, hope deferred makes the heart sick. So you raised hope, and we believe that it will not be deferred too long. Thank you very much for your eye-opening speech and your presentation, and for everyone who participated, most importantly, the delegates who made this a success. And how can I not finally thank the chair of the Strategic Dialogue, Prof. Billy Ramokopa, for also challenging us so much at the end. And we believe and we wish the best of the rest of the process, and we promise that we'll continue participating in the process. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, comrades, and compatriots, thank you very much for having come. God bless. All right, okay. Okay, thank you very much. One of the things in the institutions of learning, you talk about discipline. So it's either this person is in this learning discipline or that discipline and that discipline. So I was saying to the program director, I heard you, I came for vote of thanks and not for closing prayer. And I said, you are now going to pray. And he said, I should pray. Shall we pray? Father, we just want to thank you for having led us. And we believe whatever has been shared here, and many more thoughts and ideas and concerns and proposals that can take this nation forward, will be shared with the team, my Lord. Ke rapela gape modimo wa ka mo mosothapameng e gore santse re tla go bokutlong tsamaya le rona. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the sweet fellowship of the Holy Ghost rest and abide with us all. Amen.